Welcome to Zen Sleep Sanctuary. In a world that teaches us to grasp, to hold, to accumulate and never let go, we forget the ancient truth that freedom lives in open hands. Tonight, you will walk alongside a seeker who carries the weight of everything he thinks he is, everything he fears to lose, and you will witness the gentle unfolding of a truth that has liberated countless hearts across centuries. The story you are about to hear is not merely a tale from distant mountains. It is a mirror reflecting your own journey toward peace. If you seek to cultivate a garden of tranquility in your life, we invite you to subscribe to Zen Sleep Sanctuary and join our growing community of seekers. From what corner of the world do you listen tonight, and what hour finds you seeking rest? This is a story of 4 intertwined truths that can transform suffering into serenity. It speaks of detachment, not as coldness, but as the warmest embrace of reality. It explores the ego, that persistent illusion we mistake for ourselves. It reveals compassion, the natural flower that blooms when the weeds of self-concern are cleared away. And it illuminates contentment, the hidden treasure that was never lost, only forgotten beneath layers of wanting. Subscribe to Zen Sleep Sanctuary so we may continue sharing stories that nourish your soul and guide you toward peaceful sleep. The traveler's heavy burden. The mountain path wound upward through ancient cedars, their branches heavy with morning mist that clung to everything like memory itself. Ryoshin climbed slowly, his shoulders bent beneath the weight of 2 large bags, a wooden box tied with fraying rope, a rolled sleeping mat, and a heavy clay pot wrapped in cloth that clinked with every labored step. He had been walking for 7 days, and each day the path seemed steeper, the air thinner, his burden more impossible to bear. His feet ached in worn sandals, and his breath came in short, desperate pulls. The other travelers he passed moved lightly, almost floating up the trail, while he struggled forward as if walking through deep water. He wondered why his journey felt so different from theirs, why every step required such tremendous effort, but the answer remained hidden from him like the summit shrouded in clouds above. Inside the bags were objects he told himself he could not live without. There were books he had not opened in months, gifts from people whose faces he could barely remember, tools for crafts he no longer practiced, and carefully wrapped bundles of letters that brought him only sadness when he read them. The wooden box contained family heirlooms, the clay pot held medicinal herbs he feared he might need, and the sleeping mat was the same one his father had used. Though it was tattered and heavy with rainwater it had absorbed over many nights sleeping outdoors. Ryoshin had convinced himself that each item defined something essential about who he was. Without these possessions, he feared he would become nobody, a ghost wandering the world without substance or story. So he carried them, and the carrying consumed him, and still he could not imagine setting anything down. As the sun climbed toward midday, Ryoshin's legs began to tremble. A sharp pain shot through his lower back, and he stumbled, catching himself against a smooth boulder beside the path. He set down his burdens with a groan that seemed to rise from the deepest part of his exhaustion, and he stood there breathing heavily, looking at the pile of belongings that surrounded him like a small fortress. For a moment, he felt a flash of anger toward these objects, but the anger quickly transformed into fear. What if someone took them while he rested? What if he forgot something when he resumed walking? The thought of losing any single item created a tight knot of anxiety in his chest. He realized with sudden clarity that he was not carrying these things up the mountain. They were carrying him, dragging him backward with invisible chains that grew heavier with every mile. It was then that he heard the sound of footsteps, light and unhurried, approaching from higher up the trail. An old monk appeared around the bend, dressed in simple grey robes that seemed to be made of the same mist that drifted through the trees. The monk carried nothing except a small cloth bag slung over one shoulder, and his face held an expression of such ease and contentment that Ryoshin felt embarrassed by his own struggle. The monk stopped a few paces away, his dark eyes taking in the scene with neither judgment nor pity, simply seeing what was there. Ryoshin straightened his back, trying to appear less desperate than he felt, but his trembling legs betrayed him. The monk smiled gently, a smile that seemed to contain understanding of every burden ever carried by every traveler who had walked this ancient path. The monk's name was Takuan, though Ryoshin did not yet know this. Takuan had lived at the mountain temple for 40 years, and before that, he had lived a very different life in the world below. He gestured toward Ryoshin's pile of possessions with a slight movement of his weathered hand, then looked back at Ryoshin with eyes that seemed to see not just the physical weight, but something far heavier. When he spoke, his voice was soft as falling leaves. "You carry many things, friend. Tell me, do they bring you closer to where you wish to go, or do they keep you forever arriving?" The question landed in Ryoshin's awareness like a stone dropped into still water, creating ripples that spread outward into every corner of his understanding. He opened his mouth to answer, but found he had no words, only a sudden overwhelming fatigue that went deeper than muscle and bone. Takuan moved closer and knelt beside the pile of bags, not touching anything but observing with the attention one might give to a sacred text. "How long have you been walking, and how much further do you intend to go carrying all of this?" His tone held no criticism, only genuine curiosity. Ryoshin felt something crack open inside him, some dam that had been holding back a flood of confusion and sorrow. 7 days, he said quietly. "I am traveling to the temple at the summit because I heard that wisdom lives there. I heard that a person can find peace in that place. I want to learn how to be free from suffering." The words sounded hollow even as he spoke them, because looking at his pile of possessions, he could see the contradiction written in cloth and wood and clay. He was climbing toward freedom while refusing to let go of anything that bound him. The old monk nodded slowly, as if Ryoshin had said something profound rather than something painfully obvious. "The temple you seek is still 2 days' walk from here," he said. "But I wonder if you will reach it carrying all of this, or if the mountain will ask you to choose between arrival and attachment. There is a small temple not far ahead, where I live with a few others. The path to the summit passes directly through it. Perhaps you would honor us by resting there for a time, taking tea, allowing your body to recover its strength." His invitation was offered with such naturalness that Ryoshin felt his resistance softening before he even understood what he was resisting. Something in Takuan's presence made the world feel less urgent, less demanding, as if time itself moved differently in the space around this simple monk. Ryoshin looked down at his possessions again, then back at the old monk who carried almost nothing. A question formed in his mind, but he was afraid to ask it because he sensed the answer would require something from him he was not ready to give. Instead, he simply nodded. "I would be grateful for rest," he said. "I am very tired." Takuan smiled again, that same gentle expression that held no trace of superiority or teaching, only a quiet recognition of shared humanness. "Then come," the monk said, rising to his feet with surprising grace. "Bring what you must, leave what you can, and let us walk the rest of this path together." He turned and began moving up the trail, and after a moment of hesitation, Ryoshin began gathering his bags, his movements automatic, his mind already spinning with questions he did not yet know how to form. The path ahead curved into deeper mist, and somewhere in that whiteness, Ryoshin sensed his journey was about to become something entirely different from what he had imagined. They walked in silence for nearly an hour, Takuan moving steadily but slowly enough that Ryoshin could keep pace despite his burden. The monk never looked back to check on him, yet somehow Ryoshin felt accompanied in a way he had not felt in years. The forest around them grew denser, and shafts of golden light pierced through breaks in the canopy, illuminating patches of moss and fern with an otherworldly glow. Birds called from hidden branches, their songs clear and purposeful, and a small stream began to run alongside the path, its water singing over smooth stones. Despite his exhaustion, Ryoshin noticed these details with unusual clarity, as if something about Takuan's presence had sharpened his senses or quieted the constant noise in his mind. He realized he had been walking for days without actually seeing anything, lost in thoughts about the past and worries about the future, never fully present to the beauty surrounding him. Finally, they emerged into a small clearing where a modest temple sat nestled against the mountainside. It was built of dark wood that had weathered to silver in places, with a gently sloping roof covered in wooden shingles. Stone lanterns lined a path to the entrance, and a carefully tended garden spread before the building, arranged in patterns of raked gravel, moss islands, and carefully placed rocks. The simplicity of it struck Ryoshin with unexpected force. There was nothing extra, nothing merely decorative, yet the whole scene radiated a quiet beauty that seemed to arise from some invisible source. An elderly woman in nun's robes was sweeping the wooden porch with slow, meditative movements, and she looked up as they approached, her face creasing into a warm smile of welcome. Takuan gestured for Ryoshin to set down his burdens at the edge of the garden. "Leave them here for now," he said gently. "Let us have tea, and then we will see what comes next." Ryoshin hesitated, glancing at his possessions one more time, then slowly lowered them to the ground, feeling as he did so both relief and an irrational spike of fear, as if he were abandoning parts of himself to the mercy of wind and strangers. The first lesson of empty hands. Inside the temple, the air was cool and fragrant with incense, a subtle blend of sandalwood and something floral Ryoshin could not name. Takuan led him to a low table in a room that looked out onto the garden through open sliding doors. The floor was covered with woven tatami mats that felt soft beneath Ryoshin's tired feet when he removed his sandals at the entrance. The nun who had been sweeping appeared silently with a tray bearing a clay teapot and 2 small cups, setting it down with such care that not even the smallest sound disturbed the stillness. She bowed slightly to both men, her eyes meeting Ryoshin's briefly with a look of such kindness that he felt suddenly exposed, as if she could see all the fear and confusion he worked so hard to hide. Then she withdrew, leaving them alone with the whisper of wind moving through pine branches outside. Takuan poured tea with complete attention, his movements precise yet utterly relaxed. He filled Ryoshin's cup first, then his own, and set the pot down exactly in the center of its placement on the tray. Steam rose from the cups in delicate spirals, and the tea's aroma carried notes of earth and springtime. Takuan lifted his cup in both hands, inhaled the steam, and took a slow sip, his eyes closing briefly in appreciation. Ryoshin mirrored the gesture, and as the warm liquid touched his lips, he tasted something more than tea. There was a quality of presence in it, as if this simple act of drinking had become something sacred without any ceremony or announcement. For a moment, his constant thinking paused, and there was only the warmth, the flavor, the feeling of being held by this space of quietness. After a long silence, Takuan spoke. "You are carrying a great deal, my friend. I do not speak only of the bags and boxes on the path outside." His eyes remained gentle, inviting rather than probing. Ryoshin felt his defenses rising instinctively, but something about the monk's tone made it impossible to feel attacked. Those things are important to me, he said, hearing the tightness in his own voice. They are pieces of my life, my history. Without them, I would not know who I am. As the words left his mouth, he realized how strange they sounded, how much they revealed about the fragility of his sense of self. Takuan nodded slowly, as if Ryoshin had said something wise rather than something worth questioning. Tell me, he said, setting down his teacup. Have you ever watched a river closely? The question seemed to come from nowhere, and Ryoshin blinked in confusion. Yes, of course, he answered. I have crossed many rivers on my journey. Takuan smiled. But have you watched one? Have you sat beside flowing water and truly observed its nature? Ryoshin thought back to his travels, to the many streams and rivers he had hurried across, barely noticing them in his rush to reach the next destination. He shook his head slowly. Perhaps not in the way you mean, he admitted. The monk gestured toward the open doors, where the sound of the nearby stream could be heard tumbling over rocks. Come, he said, rising to his feet with that same fluid grace. Let me show you something that the river has been teaching since long before humans built temples or carried possessions up mountainsides. They walked to the edge of the temple garden, where a clear stream ran between moss-covered banks. Takuan knelt on a flat stone beside the water, and Ryoshin settled beside him, grateful to rest his aching legs. The stream was perhaps 3 paces wide, its water so transparent that every pebble on the bottom was visible, magnified and shimmering. The current moved steadily downstream, breaking into white foam where it met larger rocks, then smoothing again in the pools between obstacles. Sunlight danced on the surface, creating patterns of light and shadow that never repeated exactly. They sat without speaking for several minutes, and gradually, Ryoshin felt his breath begin to match the rhythm of the flowing water, his thoughts beginning to settle like sediment, sinking in a still pool. Finally, Takuan spoke, his voice barely louder than the water's song. What does the river hold? The question was simple, yet Ryoshin found himself uncertain how to answer. It holds water, he said tentatively. Does it? Takuan asked. Look closely. The water you see now, is it the same water that was here a moment ago? Ryoshin watched the current moving constantly past, each droplet traveling downstream, never pausing, never accumulating. No, he admitted. It is always new water. The river does not hold any of it. Takuan nodded. The river receives everything, allows it to flow through, and holds nothing. Rain falls from the sky, the river welcomes it. Leaves drop from trees, the river carries them. Stones tumble from the mountainside, the river moves around them or slowly shapes them. Yet the river never says, "This water is mine, I must keep it." The river never builds walls to trap what comes. The river never chases what has already flowed past. Ryoshin felt something shift in his understanding, a small opening where there had been only solid certainty. But if the river held nothing, he protested, trying to grasp what felt like truth slipping through his fingers. If it let everything go, would it not be empty? Would it not cease to be a river? Takuan's eyes crinkled with pleasure, as if Ryoshin had asked exactly the right question. Look at the river, he said. Does it seem empty to you? Does it seem like less than what it is because it refuses to grasp? Ryoshin looked, and he saw fullness, abundance, life flowing with such richness that every moment was complete. The river was never empty precisely because it held nothing, precisely because it allowed everything to move through without resistance or attachment. A bird landed on a rock in midstream, dipped its beak to drink, then flew away. The river had given freely and lost nothing. Your possessions, Takuan continued gently, The ones you have carried up this mountain with such difficulty, do you hold them or do they hold you? Do they flow through your life like water through the river, or have you built dams and walls to trap them, to keep them from their natural movement? Ryoshin thought of the heavy bags sitting at the edge of the garden, thought of how many times he had nearly discarded items only to be seized by fear at the last moment, thought of how much energy he spent maintaining, protecting, worrying about these objects that were supposed to serve him but had instead become his masters. "I hold them," he said quietly, but even as he spoke, he knew it was not true. "They hold me," he corrected himself, his voice almost a whisper. "I am afraid to let them go because I think they are part of who I am. Without them, I fear I would disappear, become nothing, like water that has flowed past and can never be recovered." Takuan placed a weathered hand on Ryoshin's shoulder, a touch so light it felt like blessing rather than weight. "That fear is the root of all suffering, my friend. The belief that what flows must be grasped, that what changes must be stopped, that who you are can be captured in objects and memories and stories that you carry like stones on your back. But I will tell you a secret that the river knows in its very nature. You are not the things you carry. You are not the stories you tell about yourself. You are not the past you cling to or the future you fear. You are the awareness in which all of these things appear and disappear, as temporary as clouds crossing the sky, as fluid as this water flowing past us now. When you let them go, you do not become nothing. You become everything. You become as free and full as this river that owns nothing and lacks nothing." Ryoshin sat very still, feeling tears he did not understand beginning to form in his eyes. Everything in him wanted to reject these words, to defend the fortress of identity he had built so carefully over so many years. But another part of him, a quieter, deeper part, recognized truth when it was spoken. Even when that truth threatened everything he thought he knew. He looked at his hands, empty in his lap, and tried to imagine them staying empty, receiving and releasing, like the river receiving and releasing water in an endless cycle of generosity. The image terrified him and called to him in equal measure. "I do not know if I can do this," he said finally. "I do not know if I am strong enough to let go." Takuan smiled, a smile of infinite patience. "Strength has nothing to do with it," he said. "The river is not strong. The river simply follows its nature. You do not need to be strong. You only need to discover what you truly are beneath all the things you have mistakenly believed yourself to be." They remained by the stream as the afternoon light shifted from gold to amber, and though they spoke little, Ryoshin felt that something was being taught in the silence, in the sound of water that never stopped flowing, never looked back, never questioned its path. When they finally rose and walked back toward the temple, Ryoshin glanced at his pile of possessions still sitting where he had left them, and for the first time, he saw them not as precious treasures, but as burdens he had chosen, weights he could also choose to release. The choice terrified him, but it also whispered of a freedom he had forgotten was possible, a lightness he had not felt since he was a child running through fields with empty hands and an open heart. Takuan said nothing more, allowing the river's teaching to work in Ryoshin's heart, like water slowly smoothing stone, patient as the mountain itself, inevitable as the turning of seasons. The mirror of self. Dawn came softly to the mountain temple, arriving not with sudden brightness, but with a gradual warming of darkness into grey, then pearl, then the palest gold. Ryoshin woke on a simple sleeping mat in a small room that held nothing except the mat itself and a single scroll hanging on the wall with calligraphy he could not read. He had slept more deeply than he had in months, and he woke without the usual fog of anxiety that generally greeted his mornings. For a few precious moments before memory returned, he simply existed, aware of breath moving in and out of his body, aware of birdsong filtering through the paper screen that served as a window, aware of being alive without needing to be anyone in particular. Then thought returned, and with it the weight of yesterday's conversation by the stream. He remembered Taquan's words about the river that holds nothing, and he remembered his own recognition that his possessions possessed him more than he possessed them. The realization had not disappeared overnight, but in the morning light, it felt less threatening somehow, more like an invitation than a judgment. He rose, folded his sleeping mat as he had seen the monks do with theirs, and slid open the screen to look out at the garden. The air was cool and impossibly fresh, carrying the scent of pine and dew-soaked earth. Mist moved through the trees like spirits wandering between worlds, and everything was so still that Ryoshin felt he could hear the silence itself, a presence more real than sound. He found Takuan already seated in the garden on a flat stone beside a small pond Ryoshin had not noticed the evening before. The monk sat in perfect stillness, his back straight but not rigid, his hands resting gently in his lap, his eyes open but focused on nothing in particular, or perhaps on everything at once. Ryoshin approached quietly, not wanting to disturb what he assumed was meditation, but Takuan gestured for him to come closer without breaking his posture or turning his head. "Sit," he said simply, indicating a stone beside his own. Ryoshin settled himself as best he could, trying to imitate the monk's posture, but finding his back immediately protesting, his legs uncomfortable, his mind suddenly loud with self-consciousness about sitting incorrectly. After a few minutes of Ryoshin's fidgeting, Takuan spoke, his voice blending with the morning sounds rather than interrupting them. "Do you see the pond?" Ryoshin looked and saw what he had somehow missed in his approach. Before them lay a perfectly still pool, perhaps 4 paces across, its surface so smooth and clear that it reflected the sky, the trees, the first rays of sunlight breaking through mist with such precision that it was difficult to tell where reality ended and reflection began. A few leaves floated on the surface, and the stone edges were covered with emerald moss. "Yes," Ryoshin answered, unsure what else to say. "What do you see when you look at it?" Takuan asked. Ryoshin studied the pond more carefully. "I see water," he said. "I see the sky reflected, the trees, the clouds. I see a mirror of what is above it." Takuan nodded slowly. "Come closer," he said, and they both rose and knelt at the very edge of the pond. "Now, look into it and tell me what you see." Ryoshin leaned forward and saw his own face looking back at him, framed by reflected sky and branches. "I see myself," he said. Takuan was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Is that you?" The question seemed absurd. "Of course," Ryoshin said. "That is my face, my reflection. Is it?" The monk pressed gently. "Reach out and try to touch yourself in the water." Ryoshin extended his hand toward the reflection, and the moment his fingers broke the surface, the image shattered into ripples and fragments, his face dissolving into abstract patterns that bore no resemblance to any person. He pulled his hand back, and gradually the water stilled, and his face reappeared, exactly as it had been before, as if nothing had happened. "You see?" Takuan said, and there was something almost playful in his tone. "The reflection appears solid, real, unchanging. You look at it and think, that is me. But touch it, and it vanishes. It was never solid at all. It was always just an image created by conditions, by light and water and stillness. Change any of those conditions, and the reflection changes or disappears completely. Yet you, the one looking, remain. The water remains. The image was never the reality. It was only ever a temporary appearance arising from circumstances beyond itself. Ryoshin stared at the water, his mind working to grasp what was being offered. "Are you saying my face is not real?" he asked, confused and slightly defensive. Takuan smiled. "Your face is real," he said. "This body you inhabit is real, but the story you tell about who you are, the identity you have constructed, the self you think you must protect and defend and carry up mountainsides, that is like the reflection in the water. It appears real, it seems solid, but when you reach for it, when you try to grasp it, it dissolves into nothing because it was never there in the first place. It was always just an image, a collection of thoughts and memories and ideas appearing in the stillness of awareness, exactly like your face appearing in the stillness of this pond. Who you truly are is not the reflection. Who you truly are is the stillness in which the reflection appears, the awareness that sees both the image and its dissolution without being touched by either." Ryoshin felt something in his chest tighten and release simultaneously, as if a knot he had not known existed was beginning to loosen. "But I have a name," he protested weakly. "I have a history, a family, experiences that shaped me. How can those be mere reflections?" "They are not mere anything," Takuan replied. "They are exactly what they are, appearances arising from causes and conditions, as real as clouds and as transient. The problem is not that these things exist. The problem is that you believe you are these things. You believe the reflection is the reality, and so you spend your life trying to preserve an image, protect an idea, carry a story that can never be carried because it has no weight, no substance, no independent existence. This is what we call ego, Ryoshin. Not the body, not the mind, but the false belief that there is a separate, solid, permanent self that exists independently from everything else." The word landed in Ryoshin's awareness with a weight that surprised him. Ego. He had heard the word before, had assumed it meant arrogance or pride, but Takuan was describing something far more subtle and all-encompassing. The monk continued, his voice taking on the quality of water flowing downhill, inevitable and gentle. "From the moment we are born, we begin constructing this self. We are given a name, and we think, that is me. We have experiences, and we think, those define me. We develop preferences, and we think, those are mine. We accumulate possessions, relationships, achievements, failures, and we weave them all into a story we tell ourselves about who we are. This story becomes so familiar, so constantly reinforced, that we never question whether it is true. We defend it, we promote it, we fear anything that threatens it. And all the while, we are defending something that has no more substance than your face in this water." Ryoshin looked at his reflection again, and this time he saw it differently. He saw how it depended entirely on conditions, on the angle of light, on the stillness of water, on his position at the edge of the pond. He saw how fragile it was, how easily disturbed. He saw that no matter how much he studied it or tried to protect it, it would never become anything more than an appearance, an image, a fleeting phenomenon. A sudden breeze moved across the pond, and his face rippled and distorted, becoming monstrous, then fragmenting into abstract patterns, then slowly reassembling as the water calmed. He had not changed, yet his reflection had transformed completely, shown him 1,000 different faces, none of them permanent, all of them empty of independent existence. "But if I am not this reflection," Ryoshin asked, his voice small in the morning stillness, "if I am not the story I tell about myself, then who am I? What am I?" Takuan turned to look at him directly, and Ryoshin saw in the old monk's eyes a depth that seemed to contain centuries, an acceptance that had nothing to do with resignation and everything to do with complete understanding. "That, my friend, is the only question worth asking," he said. "Not who am I in the sense of what story can I tell, what identity can I claim, what reflection can I point to and say, that is me, but who am I in the most fundamental sense, beneath all stories, all identities, all reflections? What is this awareness that sees the reflection without being the reflection? What is this consciousness that experiences life without being any particular experience? What is this presence that remains unchanged whether the water is still or rippling, whether the image is clear or dissolved?" Ryoshin opened his mouth to answer, then closed it, realizing he had no answer, no words that could capture what was being asked. For the first time in his life, he tasted the possibility that he might be something far more vast and mysterious than the small, defended story he had been carrying. The possibility both terrified and exhilarated him, as if he were standing at the edge of an enormous space, being invited to step off solid ground into complete unknowing. "I do not know," he finally admitted, and the admission felt like defeat and liberation tangled together. Takuan placed a hand on his shoulder, the same light touch from yesterday. "Good," the monk said. "Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. The reflection knows nothing because it is nothing. Only the awareness that sees the reflection can discover what it truly is, and that discovery happens not through thinking or analyzing, but through looking, through sitting still enough that the water of consciousness becomes clear enough to see its own nature." They remained by the pond as the sun climbed higher, burning away the mist, warming the stones beneath them. Ryoshin looked at his reflection again and again, each time seeing it more clearly as what it was, an appearance arising from conditions, no more him than a photograph or a memory or a story someone told about him. And each time he saw through the reflection, he felt something loosen in his chest, some tight grip relaxing, some burden he had not known he was carrying beginning to slide from his shoulders. He was not free yet, not even close, but he had glimpsed for the first time the chains that bound him, and in seeing them, he had taken the first step toward their dissolution. Takuan said nothing more, allowing the pond itself to complete the teaching, allowing the mirror of still water to reveal what words could only point toward, patient as stone, clear as morning light on mountain peaks. The monk who owned nothing. That afternoon, as clouds gathered over the mountain peaks and the air grew heavy with the promise of rain, Ryoshin found himself alone in the temple garden. He had been given simple tasks, sweeping the wooden walkways, refilling the stone water basin near the entrance, and these mundane activities had brought an unexpected quietness to his mind. The repetitive motions seemed to calm something restless inside him, and for long stretches, he forgot to think about himself at all. When he finished, he sat on the edge of the porch, watching the wind move through the bamboo grove at the garden's edge, each stalk bending and swaying in perfect harmony with forces beyond its control. Takuan appeared from inside the temple, carrying 2 cushions. He placed them on the porch and sat on one, gesturing for Ryoshin to take the other. For a time, they simply sat together in companionable silence, watching the play of light and shadow across raked gravel. Then, without preamble, Takuan began to speak, his voice carrying the tone of someone sharing a story that had been lived rather than merely heard. "I have not always been a monk," he said. There was a time, many years ago, when I was very much like you, carrying burdens I could not name, seeking peace in all the wrong places, convinced that who I was depended entirely on what I possessed. Ryoshin turned to look at the old monk, surprised. It was difficult to imagine Takuan as anything other than what he appeared now, this embodiment of simplicity and contentment. Takuan smiled at Ryoshin's expression. "Yes, it is true," he continued. "I was born into a merchant family in a coastal city 3 valleys from here. My father traded in fine silks and porcelain, and from my earliest memories, I was taught that a man's worth was measured by his wealth, his possessions, his ability to accumulate and display evidence of success. I learned those lessons well. By the time I reached 30 years, I owned 3 houses, warehouses full of goods, chests of gold and silver. I employed dozens of workers, and my name was known throughout the province as a man of great prosperity." The words seemed strange coming from someone dressed in plain grey robes, someone who now owned nothing more than a bowl and a threadbare sleeping mat. Takuan's eyes grew distant, looking not at the garden before him, but at memories only he could see. "I thought I was happy," he said softly. "I told myself that each new acquisition brought satisfaction, that each expansion of my business brought fulfillment. But beneath the surface of my apparent success, there was a constant anxiety, a gnawing fear that I might lose what I had gained. I could not sleep peacefully because I worried about thieves, about competitors, about changes in the market that might destroy my fortune. I could not travel freely because I feared leaving my possessions unguarded. I could not trust anyone fully because I suspected everyone of wanting what was mine. My wealth, which was supposed to bring me security, had instead made me a prisoner." A few drops of rain began to fall, creating dark circles on the pale gravel. Takuan watched them with the same attention he brought to everything, as if each raindrop were a teaching. Then, one autumn, everything changed, he said. "A great fire swept through the merchant district where my main warehouse stood. It began in the middle of the night, and by the time anyone could respond, half the district was engulfed in flames. I stood in the street watching everything I had spent my life building turn to ash and smoke. My goods, my records, my carefully accumulated treasures, all of it consumed in a matter of hours. The heat was so intense that no one could approach close enough to save anything. We could only stand back and watch the flames reach toward the sky like hungry spirits devouring the material world." Ryoshin felt a pang of sympathy and horror. "That must have been devastating," he said quietly. Takuan turned to look at him, and his eyes held something unexpected. Not sorrow, but a kind of luminous peace. "It was," he agreed. "And it was also the most liberating moment of my life. In that moment, standing in the street with ash falling around me like snow, I realized something profound. I had lost everything, yet I was still here. I was still breathing, still aware, still alive. All the things I had thought defined me, all the possessions I had believed made me who I was, they were gone, and yet I remained. The fire had not touched the essential me, only the illusions I had constructed around myself. For the first time in my life, I experienced the freedom of having nothing to protect, nothing to defend, nothing to lose." The rain intensified, drumming softly on the temple roof, creating a curtain of sound that enclosed them in intimacy. Takuan continued, his voice blending with the rain's rhythm. "I did not understand it fully at the time, but something shifted in me that night. Over the following weeks, as I tried to rebuild, I found I had no heart for it. The drive to accumulate, to possess, to prove my worth through material success. It had simply vanished like smoke. I would start to make plans, And then I would remember the feeling of standing before the fire, the strange lightness that came with having nothing, and the plans would seem hollow, pointless. My family thought I had lost my mind. My business partners thought I had given up. But I had not given up. I had woken up. He paused, watching a small bird land on the garden path, shake water from its feathers, then fly away unburdened. I began to give away what remained of my possessions, he said, not in some dramatic gesture, but quietly, steadily, discovering with each thing I released that I was not becoming poorer, but richer, lighter, more free. Eventually, I left the city entirely and began to wander, seeking teachers who could help me understand what had happened to me. I spent years studying with different masters, learning to sit in meditation, learning to observe the nature of mind, learning that everything I had been taught about identity and ownership and self was a beautiful, terrible lie that causes endless suffering. Ryoshin sat very still, absorbing this story that seemed to mirror his own journey in ways he was only beginning to understand. "So you came here," he said. Takuan nodded. "I came here 20 years after the fire, after much wandering and study. The master who lived here then invited me to stay, to join the small community. I have been here ever since, and I have never regretted the life I left behind. Not for a single moment. What I lost in possessions, I gained 1,000 times over in peace, in presence, in the ability to meet each moment without the constant weight of protecting and maintaining and worrying. The fire took everything I thought I needed, and in doing so, it gave me everything I had been seeking. The rain began to ease, transitioning from downpour to drizzle, and the garden glistened with wetness, every leaf and stone gleaming. Ryoshin thought about his own pile of possessions sitting somewhere in the temple, thought about how he had carried them for so long, how he had convinced himself they were essential, how he feared the emptiness that might come without them. "Do you ever miss it?" he asked. "The comfort, the security of knowing you had resources, the feeling of success?" Takuan considered the question carefully. "Sometimes a memory arises," he admitted, "a flash of comfort, a momentary nostalgia for ease and plenty. But then I look at what I have now, this simple life, this freedom to move through days without the burden of ownership, this capacity to give freely because I have nothing to protect, and I know with absolute certainty that I would not trade this for all the wealth in the world." He turned to face Ryoshin fully, his weathered face open and honest. "The path I walked is not the only path," he said. "Not everyone must lose everything in a fire to discover what lies beneath possessions. But everyone must at some point ask themselves the question that the fire forced me to ask. Who am I when everything I own is taken away? What remains when the story of success and accumulation ends? What is the self that exists independently of what it possesses?" These are not abstract philosophical questions, Ryoshin. They are the most practical questions a human being can ask, because until we answer them, we remain slaves to our possessions, prisoners of our own accumulation, carrying weight up mountains when we could be walking freely. Ryoshin felt tears forming again, a response that seemed to come more easily here than it ever had in his previous life. "I am afraid," he said simply. "I am afraid of who I will be without these things, without the proof that I have lived, that I matter, that I am someone worth remembering." The admission felt like stepping off a cliff, but Takuan's presence made it safe to fall. The old monk reached over and placed his hand on Ryoshin's shoulder, a gesture of infinite compassion. "That fear is natural," he said. "The ego does not surrender easily. It will fight to maintain the illusion of separation, the story of individual importance. But I promise you this, What you fear as emptiness is actually fullness. What you fear as disappearing is actually becoming vast as the sky. The you that you will discover beneath the possessions and stories is so much more real, so much more alive than the small defended self you have been protecting all these years. They sat together as the rain stopped completely and the clouds began to break apart, revealing patches of blue sky. Ryoshin thought about fire, about loss, about the strange gift that comes wrapped in disaster. He thought about Takuan standing in the street watching his life burn, discovering freedom in ashes. He thought about his own journey, still in progress, still uncertain, but somehow feeling more purposeful than it had when he started. The old monk had shown him something invaluable, that the path of letting go was not a path of loss, but a path of liberation. That what seemed like an ending was actually a beginning. That the emptiness he feared was the doorway to a fullness beyond anything his grasping could ever achieve. As the afternoon light returned, golden and fresh after rain, Ryoshin felt something in him beginning to shift. Some ancient resistance starting to soften, like ice beginning its slow, inevitable melt towards spring. Voices of the ego. The following morning dawned clear and bright, the air scrubbed clean by yesterday's rain. Ryoshin woke before sunrise and found his way to the meditation hall, a simple room at the heart of the temple, with a polished wooden floor and a single scroll hanging on the wall. Several monks and nuns were already seated on cushions arranged in rows, their forms still and silent in the pre-dawn darkness. Ryoshin took a cushion at the back, trying to settle into a position that would not become immediately painful, and closed his eyes as he had seen the others do. Almost instantly, his mind erupted into chaos. Thoughts cascaded through his awareness like a waterfall, each one demanding attention, each one claiming to be important, urgent, necessary. He thought about his possessions outside, wondered if they were safe, imagined scenarios of theft or damage. He thought about his life before this journey, replayed conversations from years ago, rehearsed arguments he had never won. He planned his future, worried about his past, judged himself for not being able to sit still, judged himself for judging himself. His legs began to hurt, his back began to ache, and his mind used these sensations as evidence that he was doing everything wrong, that he did not belong here, that he should leave before he embarrassed himself further. Beneath all these thoughts, he began to notice something else. A chorus of voices, all claiming to be him, all speaking with authority about who he was and what he needed. One voice said he was a failure for abandoning his previous life. Another voice said he was brave for seeking wisdom. One voice criticized everything about him, and another defended him against criticism. One voice wanted to impress the other meditators, and another insisted he did not care what anyone thought. The voices argued with each other, contradicted each other, yet each one spoke as I, as me, as the self that needed to be protected and promoted. He opened his eyes in confusion, wondering how many people were living inside his head, all claiming to be him. The meditation period ended with the soft sound of a bell, and the practitioners began to rise and file out silently. Ryoshin remained seated, disoriented by what he had encountered. Takuan appeared beside him, settling onto a cushion with his characteristic grace. "You look troubled," the monk observed. Ryoshin nodded, unsure how to articulate what he had experienced. "I tried to meditate," he said, "but my mind would not be still. There were so many thoughts, so many voices, all talking at once. I could not find any peace, only noise and confusion. I do not think I am capable of this practice." Takuan smiled with what looked like satisfaction rather than disappointment. "Excellent," he said. "You have made a crucial discovery. You have seen directly what most people never notice, because they are so identified with the noise that they mistake it for themselves. Those voices you heard, those thoughts demanding your attention, they are not problems to be solved. They are the raw material of awakening. Tell me, when you heard all those voices, who was listening? Ryoshin frowned, considering the question. I was listening, he said. Takuan leaned forward slightly. But which I? Which of those many voices was the real you? Were you the voice that criticized? The voice that defended? The voice that planned? The voice that worried? Or were you something else? Something that could hear all of these voices without being any of them? The question opened something in Ryoshin's understanding, a space he had not known existed. He thought back to the meditation, and he realized that beneath all the noise, there had been an awareness, a presence that witnessed the thoughts without being caught in them, at least in brief moments. That awareness did not speak in words, did not claim to be anyone, simply watched the parade of mental activity with a kind of impartial attention. I do not know, he admitted. Sometimes I felt like I was the thoughts, caught up in them completely, but sometimes there was a gap, a moment where I could see them as thoughts rather than truths, and in those moments, I was something else, something quiet, something that just watched. Takuan nodded with evident pleasure. That watching, that awareness, that is closer to your true nature than any of the voices you heard. The voices are what we call ego, the constructed sense of self that arises from identification with thoughts, emotions, memories, and stories. The ego is not a thing, Ryoshin. It is a process, a constant activity of claiming and defending and promoting an image of who we think we are. It is the voice that says, I am this, I am not that, I need this, I fear that. It is the narrator that turns the simple flow of experience into a personal drama with yourself as the central character. He gestured toward the scroll hanging on the wall, its characters elegant and mysterious. In the Buddhist teachings, we speak of the 5 aggregates that together create the illusion of a solid, permanent self. There is form, the physical body. There is feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone of experience. There is perception, the recognition and labeling of what we encounter. There is mental formations, the thoughts, emotions, and impulses that constantly arise. And there is consciousness, the basic awareness of experience. These 5 aggregates are constantly changing, constantly in flux, yet the ego takes them and weaves them into a story of me, a sense of being a separate, solid, enduring individual. Ryoshin listened carefully, feeling his way through concepts that seemed both abstract and intensely relevant. So when I hear these voices arguing in my head, he said slowly, when one part of me wants one thing and another part wants something else, that is the ego fragmenting, trying to maintain itself in different ways. Takuan smiled. The ego is not unified, he said. It only pretends to be. In truth, it is a committee of voices, each one arising from different conditions, different fears, different desires. One voice learned in childhood to seek approval, so it constantly worries about what others think. Another voice learned that achievement brings safety, so it constantly pushes for success. Another voice carries wounds from past experiences, so it defends against any perceived threat. The ego is a collection of survival strategies, coping mechanisms, and learned behaviors, all pretending to be a single, coherent you. This explanation resonated deeply with Ryoshin's experience in meditation. He had felt exactly that, a collection of strategies and defenses all claiming to be him, all fighting for control of his attention and energy. "But if these voices are not really me," he asked, "then what should I do with them? How do I make them stop?" Takuan shook his head gently. "You do not make them stop," he said. "That would be just another voice, another strategy, another form of ego trying to control experience. Instead, you simply watch them. You notice them arising, notice them speaking, notice them dissolving, and you do not believe them. You do not argue with them, do not fight them, do not identify with them. You see them as you saw your reflection in the pond yesterday, as appearances arising from conditions, empty of inherent selfhood, incapable of defining who you truly are." He paused, allowing silence to settle between them. "The practice is not to achieve some special state where thoughts disappear," he continued. "The practice is to see clearly the nature of thoughts, to recognize them as mental events rather than truths, to rest in the awareness that observes them without being caught by them. When you hear the voice that says you are a failure, you simply note, there is a thought about failure. When you hear the voice that defends you, you note, there is a defensive thought. You do not engage with the content. You simply see the process, the endless arising and passing of mental formations, none of them you, all of them temporary guests in the space of awareness." Ryoshin felt both relief and frustration. It sounded simple in theory, but seemed impossibly difficult in practice. "How long does it take?" he asked. "How long before I can see clearly, before the voices lose their power?" Takuan's expression grew soft with compassion. "There is no timeline," he said. "For some, insight comes quickly. For others, it is the work of a lifetime. But I will tell you this, every moment you spend watching rather than identifying, every moment you choose awareness over reaction, you weaken the ego's grip. It is like a plant that needs your attention to survive. When you stop feeding it with belief, when you stop watering it with identification, it naturally begins to wither. Not because you are destroying it, but because you are seeing through it, recognizing it as the illusion it always was." They sat together in the empty meditation hall as morning light streamed through the high windows, creating rectangles of gold on the dark floor. Ryoshin thought about the voices he would hear again, the endless commentary that filled his mind, the constant judging and planning and remembering and worrying. But now he had a different relationship to them, or at least the possibility of one. He could begin to see them not as who he was, but as weather patterns moving through the sky of consciousness, temporary and insubstantial, powerless except for the power he gave them through belief. It was not yet freedom, but it was the beginning of freedom, the first loosening of chains he had worn so long he had forgotten they were there. Takuan rose, preparing to leave, but before he went, he turned back. "One more thing," he said. "Be patient with yourself. The ego is clever and will try to turn even this teaching into another strategy for becoming someone special, someone enlightened, someone who has transcended ego. Watch for that voice too. Smile at it. Let it pass like all the others." And Ryoshin did smile, recognizing already the truth of what Takuan said, feeling the first stirrings of a lighter relationship with the endless dance of self-creation happening in his mind. The Garden of Compassion. Later that same day, after a simple meal of rice and vegetables eaten in silence with the temple community, Ryoshin found himself wandering the grounds, feeling restless and overfull of new understanding that had not yet settled into embodied knowing. He came upon a section of garden he had not explored before, tucked behind the main temple building. It was more wild than the formal garden at the entrance, with flowering bushes, herbs growing in careful disorder, and stone paths that curved through greenery with no apparent destination. At the center, an elderly nun knelt before a bed of vegetables, her hands deep in soil, her movements slow and deliberate. This was Etsuko, the same nun who had brought tea on his first day, though Ryoshin had not yet learned her name. She looked up as he approached, her face creasing into a warm smile that erased decades from her weathered features. "Come," she said simply, gesturing to the earth beside her. "There is always work in a garden, and work is good medicine for a restless mind." Ryoshin hesitated, looking at his clothes, but Etsuko laughed, a sound like water over stones. "Dirt washes off," she said. "Pride is harder to clean." He knelt beside her, and she handed him a small trowel, showing him how to gently remove weeds from around young lettuce plants without disturbing their delicate roots. They worked in silence for a time, the sun warm on Ryoshin's back, his hands quickly becoming covered in rich brown earth. There was something deeply satisfying about the work, something that required attention but not thought, presence but not analysis. He found his mind beginning to quiet, the constant chatter fading into background noise as his awareness focused on the simple task of distinguishing weed from plant, of extracting one without harming the other. Etsuko worked beside him with a grace that suggested decades of this same activity, her movements economical and sure, yet gentle, as if each plant were precious to her. After a while, she sat back on her heels and looked at what they had accomplished. "Better," she said. "Now these little ones can breathe and grow without competition." She reached out and touched a lettuce leaf with such tenderness that Ryoshin felt something move in his chest. "Do you speak to them?" he asked, not sure if the question was foolish. Etsuko smiled. "Of course," she said. "Not with words always, but with attention, with care, with the intention that they flourish. Plants know when they are loved. All beings know when they are loved." The statement was made so simply, with such matter-of-fact certainty, that Ryoshin could not dismiss it as sentimentality. He watched as she moved to a different section of the garden where a row of herbs grew, and she began gently harvesting leaves, taking some from each plant, but never stripping anyone completely. She murmured as she worked, words too soft for Ryoshin to hear, and he realized he was witnessing something sacred disguised as ordinary activity. "This is your practice?" he asked. "Gardening?" Etsuko looked at him with eyes that held depths of kindness he had rarely encountered. "This is not separate from practice," she said. "This is practice itself, caring for beings who cannot speak, who cannot thank you, who cannot give anything back except their simple existence. This teaches compassion more directly than any sutra or ceremony." She gestured for him to follow her to a shaded corner where a small wooden structure housed several injured birds in various stages of recovery. A sparrow with a splintered wing hopped on a perch. A young crow with damaged tail feathers sat in a nest of soft cloth. Etsuko checked each bird with practiced gentleness, refilling water, offering seeds, speaking to them in the same soft tone she had used with the plants. "These ones came to us hurt," she explained. "Hawks, cats, flying into windows. The world has many ways of wounding. We offer them sanctuary until they are strong enough to return to the sky. Some recover quickly, others need more time. Some never fly again, but live out their days here in safety. Each one is precious. Each one deserves care, not because they are useful or beautiful or ours, but simply because they exist, because they suffer, because compassion is the natural response of an awakened heart to the presence of pain." Ryoshin felt his throat tighten with emotion he could not name. "At home," he admitted quietly, I would have walked past a wounded bird without stopping. I would have thought, that is sad, and continued on my way. I would have believed I was too busy, that it was not my responsibility, that one bird among millions did not matter. The words shamed him as he spoke them, but Etsuko's expression held no judgment, only understanding. Yes, she said, most people live that way, and it is not because they are cruel. It is because the ego has convinced them they are separate, that their suffering and the suffering of others are different things, that caring for others takes something away from caring for themselves. But this is the great lie that keeps us trapped in loneliness and fear. She led him to a bench beneath a flowering tree, and they sat together, watching bees move from blossom to blossom in a purposeful dance. Compassion, she said, is not something you do. It is something you are when the barriers of ego begin to dissolve. When you see yourself in the pond's reflection and recognize it as illusion. When you hear the voices of ego and see them as empty noise, then naturally, inevitably, compassion arises. Because you begin to see that the boundaries you drew between yourself and others were always arbitrary, always artificial. The suffering of that bird, the struggle of that plant, the pain in another person's eyes, these are not separate from your own experience. They arise in the same field of consciousness. They matter in the same ultimate sense, and the heart that sees clearly cannot help but respond with care. Ryoshin sat with this teaching, feeling it work in him like yeast in dough, slowly expanding his understanding. But how does this relate to letting go? He asked. To detachment. Takuan teaches me not to grasp, not to cling, and you teach compassion, caring deeply. Are these not opposite? Etsuko laughed again, delighted by the question. They seem opposite only to the mind that has not yet understood, she said. True detachment is not coldness or indifference. It is the freedom to love without grasping, to care without controlling, to give without keeping account. When you are attached, you love because you need something in return, because the other person or being serves your ego, confirms your story, fills your emptiness. When you are detached, you love because love is your nature, because the other exists, because compassion flows like water seeking its level, not because you will gain anything, but because the heart cannot do otherwise. She reached down and picked up a fallen petal from the ground, holding it in her palm with the same tenderness she had shown the birds and plants. See this? She said. I can appreciate its beauty, feel joy in its presence, yet I know it will decay and return to earth. I do not try to preserve it, do not coat it in resin to keep it forever. I let it be what it is, complete in this moment, and when it passes, I do not grieve as if something that belonged to me was taken away. This is detachment and compassion together, caring deeply while holding loosely, loving fully while recognizing impermanence, giving without creating debt. This is the middle way the Buddha taught, the path between grasping and rejecting, between attachment and indifference. Ryoshin looked at the petal in her weathered palm, seeing in that simple image a teaching that words had been circling around, but never quite capturing. He thought about his possessions again, thought about how he might learn to hold them like this petal, appreciating without clinging, using without claiming ownership, releasing without regret when their time came. He thought about relationships, about how he might love people fully while releasing his need for them to be certain ways, to fulfill certain roles, to remain unchanging. The possibility seemed both beautiful and terrifying, a complete reimagining of how to move through the world. Etsuko closed her hand gently around the petal, then opened it and let the wind carry it away. Compassion begins with yourself," she said softly. "You cannot truly care for others while you are at war with yourself, while you are constantly judging and criticizing and demanding that you be different than you are. The ego is harsh because it believes harshness creates improvement. But this is backwards. You do not grow toward the light by hating the darkness in yourself. You grow by bringing the same tender attention to your own struggles that you see me bringing to these injured birds. You grow by treating yourself as a being worthy of care, worthy of patience, worthy of the same compassion you would offer any suffering creature." This teaching landed deeply, touching a wound Ryoshin had carried for so long he had stopped noticing its ache. He realized he had been cruel to himself in ways he would never be cruel to another, had held himself to standards impossible to meet, had spoken to himself with a voice of constant criticism and disappointment. The recognition brought tears, but they were cleansing tears, as if something long frozen was beginning to thaw. Etsuko placed a weathered hand over his, a gesture of such simple kindness that it opened something in his heart he had kept carefully guarded. "There now," she said. "You are learning. You are opening. This is good. This is the path. Be gentle with yourself as you walk it. Be as patient with your own unfolding as a gardener is patient with seeds in dark earth, trusting that in the proper time, with proper care, what is meant to grow will emerge into light." They sat together beneath the flowering tree as afternoon shadows lengthened, surrounded by the quiet diligence of growing things, the soft sounds of recovering birds, the purposeful work of bees and butterflies. Ryoshin felt something shifting in him, some equation being rewritten. He had thought spiritual practice meant transcending human emotion, rising above the messy business of caring and feeling. But Etsuko showed him something different, a path that went deeper into humanness rather than away from it, that opened the heart rather than sealing it, that saw the sacred in soil and struggle and small acts of daily tenderness. He had thought detachment meant distance, but he was learning it meant freedom. The freedom to love without fear, to give without depletion, to care without the burden of ownership. As they finally rose to return to the temple for evening prayers, Ryoshin looked back at the garden, seeing it now not just as plants and paths, but as a living teaching about the nature of existence, about how to move through the world with open hands and an open heart, about how to be fully present without grasping, fully alive without clinging to life, fully human without the prison of ego. The lesson was still new, still fragile as seedlings, but it had taken root, and he could feel it beginning to grow. The suffering villager. 3 days passed in the rhythm of temple life, and Ryoshin found himself settling into patterns he had never imagined could bring satisfaction. Rising before dawn for meditation, working in silence alongside monks and nuns at simple tasks, eating mindfully, studying with Takwan, learning from Etsuko in the garden, these activities created a structure that paradoxically felt like freedom. Each day his pile of possessions sat untouched at the temple's edge, and each day he thought about them less, as if they were slowly fading from relevance, becoming transparent, losing their power to define him. On the fourth morning, as mist still clung to the valleys below, a man appeared on the path leading to the temple. He moved quickly, despite an obvious limp, his face drawn with pain or worry, his clothes dusty from travel. Ryoshin was sweeping the entrance when the man arrived, and he saw immediately that this was someone carrying a different kind of burden than the bags and boxes Ryoshin had brought. This was someone weighed down by something invisible, something that showed in the set of his shoulders, the tightness around his eyes, the way he seemed to be fleeing something that could not be outrun. The man's name was Jin, a farmer from a village half a day's walk down the mountain. He asked to speak with Takwan, and when the old monk appeared, Jin's composure crumbled. He told his story in fragments, words tumbling out between gasps that might have been sobs or simply exhaustion. A drought had destroyed his crops for the second year. His eldest son had left home in anger after an argument about selling the family land. His wife was ill with a sickness no healer could cure. He had borrowed money to survive, and now the lenders were threatening to take everything. He spoke of injustice, of the cruelty of fate, of how he had worked hard his entire life and received only suffering in return. His hands clenched and unclenched as he spoke, as if trying to grasp something that kept slipping away. Takuan listened with complete attention, his face reflecting compassion, but not pity, understanding, but not agreement. When Jin finally fell silent, the monk invited him to sit, brought him tea and simple food, and waited until the man's breathing had steadied before speaking. "You have suffered much," Takuan said gently. "The losses you describe are real, and the pain you feel is natural. I do not diminish these things. But I wonder if I might ask you a question." Jin nodded, looking at the old monk with desperate hope, as if expecting some magical solution to materialize. Takuan continued, his voice soft but clear. "In your story, you speak often of how things should be different. The rains should have come. Your son should have stayed. Your wife should be healthy. The lenders should be merciful. Your hard work should have been rewarded. Tell me, do these beliefs about how reality should be different from how it is? Do they ease your suffering or increase it?" The question hung in the air between them like incense smoke, visible but intangible. Jin frowned, clearly expecting comfort rather than inquiry. "But they should be different," he said, his voice rising with frustration. "It is not right that I lose everything when I have done nothing wrong. It is not fair that my family suffers when we have worked so hard." Takuan nodded slowly. "You are correct," he said. "It is not fair by the standards of a world that rewards virtue and punishes vice in clear, predictable ways. But tell me, is the world actually like that? In your experience, does reality care about your ideas of fairness? Do the rains come because you deserve them? Does illness avoid those who have lived well? Does fortune favor the hard-working?" Jin's face reddened with anger or shame. Ryoshin could not tell which. "So you are saying I should just accept my misery?" he demanded. "That I should smile while everything I love is destroyed?" Takuan's expression remained unchanged, patient as stone. "I am not saying you should feel anything other than what you feel," he replied. "Sadness, anger, grief, fear, these are natural responses to loss. But I'm pointing to something else, something beneath the emotions. You are suffering not just from what has happened, but from your belief that what has happened should not have happened. You are at war with reality itself, demanding that the past be different than it was, that the present be other than it is. This war cannot be won, Jin. Reality will always win. And in fighting it, you add a second layer of suffering to the unavoidable first layer of pain." Ryoshin watched this exchange with fascination and discomfort. Part of him wanted to defend Jin, to say that his anger was justified, that sometimes the world truly was unfair and protest was appropriate. But another part recognized something familiar in Jin's suffering, saw echoes of his own constant resistance to what is, his own habit of comparing reality to an imagined version where things were better, different, more aligned with his preferences. He had been doing the same thing, carrying possessions up a mountain while resenting the weight, clinging to an identity while exhausted by its maintenance, wanting peace while refusing to accept the conditions that peace required. Takuan continued speaking, his voice taking on a storytelling quality. "There was once a farmer, very much like you, who lost his horse. His neighbors came to offer sympathy, saying how unfortunate this was. The farmer simply said, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned bringing 3 wild horses with it. The neighbors came to celebrate his good fortune. The farmer said, "Maybe." The following day, his son tried to ride one of the wild horses and broke his leg. The neighbors came to commiserate. The farmer said, "Maybe." Soon after, soldiers came to the village conscripting young men for war, but they did not take the farmer's son because of his broken leg. The neighbors came to rejoice at his luck. The farmer said, "Maybe." Jin listened with visible impatience, as if wanting a solution rather than a story. "What does this have to do with my situation?" he asked. Takuan smiled gently. "Everything," he said. The farmer in the story understood something profound. He understood that he could not know whether any event was ultimately good or bad, because he could not see the future, could not trace the infinite web of causes and effects that flow from any moment. More importantly, he understood that labeling events as good or bad, fair or unfair, was a choice, an interpretation, not an objective truth. The events simply were what they were. His response was not to deny pain or suppress emotion, but to hold his interpretations lightly, to say maybe rather than demanding certainty about what things meant. "You stand here telling me your story as if its meaning is obvious and fixed," Takuan continued. "Drought equals bad, sick wife equals bad, son leaving equals bad, debt equals bad. But are you certain? Can you see the full consequences of these events as they ripple forward through time? Can you know what growth might come from this difficulty? What wisdom might be forged in this fire? What unexpected doors might open because other doors have closed? I am not suggesting you pretend to be happy about loss. I am suggesting that you hold your interpretations more lightly, that you resist the urge to weave events into a narrative of victimhood and injustice, because that narrative adds suffering without adding anything useful. Jin's anger was visibly deflating, giving way to something more vulnerable, more uncertain. "But how do I live then?" he asked quietly. "How do I move forward when everything has fallen apart?" Takuan reached out and placed his hand on Jin's shoulder in the same gesture Ryoshin had received days earlier. "You take the next step," the monk said. "Only the next step. Not the step after that. Not the journey of 1,000 miles. Just the next single step in front of you. You cannot control whether it rains. You cannot control whether your son returns. You cannot control whether your wife heals. You cannot control what the lenders decide, but you can control how you meet this moment right now with all its difficulty and uncertainty. You can choose to meet it with clenched fists and resistance, or you can choose to meet it with open hands and acceptance. Acceptance does not mean approval," he continued. "It does not mean you like what is happening or that you stop working to improve your situation. It means you stop fighting with the truth of what is. Stop wasting energy on wishing the past were different. Stop demanding that reality conform to your preferences before you allow yourself peace. From that acceptance, from that alignment with what is, you can act more clearly, more effectively, more wisely than you ever could from a place of resistance and rage at unfairness. This is what we mean by letting go, Jin. Not giving up, but releasing your grip on how you think things should be so you can engage fully with how things actually are." The farmer sat very still, and Ryoshin could see something shifting in his expression, some hardness beginning to soften. "What you ask feels impossible," Jin said finally. "But I also see that what I've been doing is not working, has never worked. I'm exhausted from fighting. exhausted from my own anger. Perhaps there is another way. Takuan smiled, and in that smile was the warmth of the sun breaking through clouds. There is always another way, he said. The question is whether we are willing to see it, whether we can release our grip on suffering just enough to notice that peace has always been available, not in different circumstances, but in a different relationship to whatever circumstances we find ourselves in. Jin stayed at the temple for 3 days, working alongside the monks, sitting in meditation, talking with Takuan in the evenings. Ryoshin watched him gradually transform, not in dramatic ways, but in subtle shifts of posture and expression. The tightness around his eyes eased. His shoulders dropped from their defensive hunch. His hands, which had been constantly clenched, began to rest open in his lap. When he finally left to return to his village, the circumstances he was returning to had not changed. His crops were still lost, his wife still ill, his debts still pressing. But something in him had changed, some inner relationship to these facts, and Ryoshin could see in Jin's face a quiet strength that had not been there when he arrived, a capacity to bear what needed to be borne without adding the extra weight of resistance. After Jin departed, Ryoshin found Takuan in the garden. The old monk was pruning a small tree, making careful cuts that would shape its growth in seasons to come. Ryoshin stood watching for a moment before speaking. "That was difficult to witness," he said. "I wanted you to tell him everything would be fine, that his problems would be solved." Takuan continued his careful pruning. "I know," he said. "Compassion often wants to remove difficulty, to make pain disappear. But sometimes the most compassionate thing is to help someone see that they are carrying unnecessary suffering, that some portion of their pain is optional, created by resistance rather than circumstance. I could not make his external problems vanish, but I could point him toward an internal freedom that exists regardless of external conditions." Ryoshin thought about Jin's face as he left, thought about the peace that seemed to have settled over him despite nothing externally changing. "Is that what you mean by contentment?" he asked. "Being okay, even when circumstances are difficult?" Takuan set down his pruning shears and turned to face Ryoshin fully. "Contentment is not resignation," he said. "It is not telling yourself lies about difficulty being easy. It is the deep recognition that your well-being does not depend on circumstances being a certain way. It is the freedom that comes from releasing your endless demands about how life should treat you. When you are content, you can still work to improve situations, still feel sadness and grief and pain, but you are not at war with reality itself. You are not adding the suffering of resistance to the inevitable pain of being human. This is perhaps the deepest teaching about letting go, that what we release is not life itself, but our rigid ideas about how life should be. And in that release, we discover a peace that was waiting all along beneath our struggle. They stood together in the garden as afternoon faded toward evening, and Ryoshin felt the teaching of Jin's visit settling into him like water sinking into dry earth. He had seen suffering that came not from circumstances, but from the story told about circumstances, had seen how much energy was consumed in fighting what is rather than working with what is. He thought about his own life, about how much of his unhappiness came not from actual conditions, but from his constant comparison between reality and his imagined version of how things should be. The recognition was both humbling and liberating, showing him yet another layer of unnecessary weight he had been carrying, another way the ego created suffering where peace could exist. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Ryoshin felt something in him quieting, some argument with existence beginning to lay down its weapons, not in defeat, but in recognition that the war had always been optional, that surrender was not loss, but the doorway to a deeper victory than fighting could ever achieve. Walking the middle path. The morning after Jin's departure, Takuan invited Ryoshin to accompany him on a journey down into the valley. "We will visit a village where the temple has friends," he explained. "It is a full day's walk there and back, and the path will teach you something that words cannot." Ryoshin agreed readily, grateful for the opportunity to move his body after days of sitting and contemplation. They set out as dawn broke, carrying nothing but small cloth bags with rice balls and dried fruit. A stark contrast to the mountain of possessions Ryoshin had dragged up the same paths just days earlier. As they descended through forests of cedar and pine, Takuan set a pace that was neither hurried nor slow, a rhythm that seemed perfectly matched to the terrain and the capacity of the body. Ryoshin noticed that the old monk never pushed unnecessarily hard on flat sections, never rested longer than needed on steep portions, never seemed to be fighting against the mountain or his own limitations. There was an effortlessness to his movement, a kind of collaboration with gravity and breath and muscle that made the journey feel less like work and more like a natural unfolding. After an hour of walking in comfortable silence, Takuan spoke without breaking his stride. "Tell me, Ryoshin, what have you learned in your days at the temple?" Ryoshin considered the question carefully, watching his feet find placement on the rocky path. "I have learned about detachment," he said, "about not clinging to possessions and identities. I have learned about the illusion of ego, how the voices in my head are not really me. I have learned about compassion, about caring without grasping." He paused, then added, "But I confess, sometimes these teachings seem to contradict each other. Sometimes I am not sure what I am supposed to do." Takuan's soft laughter echoed through the trees. "Supposed to do," he repeated. "There is your first problem. That belief that there is a correct way to be, a right answer you must find and implement. Tell me about these contradictions you perceive." Ryoshin gathered his thoughts as they navigated a series of switchbacks. "You teach me to let go, to release attachment," he said. "But then Etsuko teaches me to care deeply, to tend the garden with love, to feel compassion for suffering. You tell me the self is an illusion, but then you say to be gentle with myself. You say to accept what is, but Jin was encouraged to keep working to improve his situation. I do not understand how these fit together. It feels like I am being pulled in opposite directions." They emerged from the forest onto an open ridge, with views across multiple valleys, terraced fields like green stairs descending into mist. Takuan stopped and gestured to a large boulder beside the path. "Sit," he said. "Let us rest and talk about the middle way." They settled on the sun-warmed stone, and Takuan pulled out a rice ball, offering half to Ryoshin before taking a bite of his own. He chewed thoughtfully, looking out across the landscape as if reading a text written in mountains and clouds. "The Buddha's first sermon after his awakening was about the middle way," Takuan began. "Before his enlightenment, he had lived as a prince surrounded by luxury and pleasure, every desire fulfilled, every discomfort avoided. Then he renounced that life and became an ascetic, practicing severe austerity, starving his body, pushing himself to extremes of self-denial. He nearly died from these practices. And in that near-death state, he realized something crucial. Neither extreme indulgence nor extreme denial leads to freedom. Both are forms of violence, one against the world through grasping, one against the self through rejection. True freedom lies in the middle, in a path that neither clings nor pushes away." Ryoshin listened, beginning to sense where this teaching pointed. "So when you tell me to let go," Takuan continued, I am not telling you to reject life, to deny your humanity, to become cold and unfeeling. That would be falling into the extreme of denial. And when Etsuko shows you compassion, she is not telling you to become enmeshed in suffering, to lose yourself in others' pain, to grasp at relationships and roles. That would be falling into the extreme of attachment. The middle way is to engage fully with life while holding it lightly, to care deeply while remaining free, to act with commitment while releasing attachment to outcomes. He gestured to the path they had been walking. Think about how we have traveled this morning, he said. Did I push you to walk faster than your body could sustain? Did I suggest we sit and refuse to move because movement is effort and therefore suffering? No, we walked at a pace that was sustainable, that honored both the destination and the journey, that neither drove the body cruelly nor pampered it uselessly. This is the middle way in action. Not lazy, not driven, but balanced, appropriate to conditions, responsive rather than rigid. The teaching was beginning to clarify something in Ryoshin's understanding, but questions remained. What about attachment to people? He asked. How do I love my family, care about friends, without becoming attached? Takuan smiled. You love them completely, he said. You care with your whole heart. But you do not love them because they complete you, because you need them to be certain ways to feel okay about yourself, because they are possessions that prove your worth. You love them because love is your nature when ego is not blocking it. And you hold that love with open hands, knowing that all things change, that people leave and die and transform, that your love does not give you ownership or control or the right to demand they remain unchanging. He paused to sip water from a bamboo flask. The confusion you feel arises because you are thinking in absolute terms, he continued. You think detachment means not caring, but it means caring without need. You think letting go means abandoning responsibility, but it means acting without clinging to results. You think acceptance means passivity, but it means aligning with reality so you can engage it effectively. These are not contradictions. They are different facets of the same diamond, the same basic orientation toward life that neither grasps nor rejects, but meets each moment with full presence and appropriate response. Ryoshin felt something clicking into place, a gestalt shift where previously contradictory pieces suddenly formed a coherent picture. So Jin can accept that his crops failed while still working to plant new ones, he asked. He can let go of his anger at unfairness while still seeking solutions. Takuan nodded vigorously. Exactly, he said. Acceptance of what is does not mean acceptance of what will be. It means you stop wasting energy fighting with the past and present, so you have full energy available for shaping the future. Jin cannot change the fact that drought happened, that his son left, that his wife is ill. Fighting with those facts only depletes him. But from a place of acceptance, of alignment with reality as it actually is, he can take clear action toward what comes next. They resumed walking, and Ryoshin noticed that the teaching was affecting how he moved. He found himself neither pushing to keep up, nor holding back unnecessarily, neither ignoring his body's signals, nor being tyrannized by every minor discomfort. He was finding a middle way in the simple act of walking, a balance point between extremes that felt both effortless and fully engaged. The path descended steeply, and he noticed Takuan adjusting his pace, shortening his stride, paying careful attention to foot placement without becoming tense or fearful. After another hour, they stopped beside a mountain stream to rest and eat. The water rushed past with tremendous force, white and loud where it crashed over rocks, dark and silent in deeper pools. Takuan gestured toward the current. The water teaches the middle way perfectly, he said. Watch how it flows. It does not fight against the rocks, does not try to go through them with pure force, yet it does not stop and give up either. It finds the path of least resistance, moves around obstacles, shapes itself to conditions, and in doing so, over time, it shapes even the hardest stone. It is both powerful and yielding, both committed to its direction and flexible in its route. Ryoshin watched the water, seeing in its movement a teaching about how to live. The stream was fully itself, completely engaged in flowing, yet it clung to nothing, forced nothing, demanded nothing. It simply followed its nature, and its nature was to move, to adapt, to persist without rigidity. He thought about his own life, about how often he had been rigid, demanding that reality conform to his preferences, becoming frustrated and exhausted when it refused. He thought about how different his experience might be if he could be like water, committed to his deepest values and directions, but flexible in how he manifested them, willing to flow around obstacles rather than battering against them uselessly. Do you see? Takuan asked. The middle way is not a weak compromise between two extremes. It is a third thing entirely, a way of being that is both softer and stronger than either extreme. Softer because it does not fight reality, does not waste energy on what cannot be changed. Stronger because all energy is available for what can be influenced, for skillful action, for creative response. When you stop fighting what is, you have tremendous power to shape what comes next. When you stop clinging to how things should be, you can see clearly how things are, and clear seeing is the foundation of wise action. They spent the afternoon in the village, and Ryoshin observed Takuan interacting with the people there. The monk was fully present with everyone he met, listening completely to their stories, offering help where he could, yet never becoming enmeshed in drama, never taking on others' suffering as his own identity, never trying to fix what could not be fixed. He showed compassion without being overwhelmed, offered wisdom without being attached to whether it was followed, gave generously without keeping score. It was a masterclass in the middle way, in how to be fully human and fully free at the same time. As they climbed back up the mountain in late afternoon light, Ryoshin felt different than he had on the descent. Something had integrated, some understanding had moved from intellectual knowledge to embodied knowing. He was walking the middle way, not perfectly but genuinely, finding balance between effort and ease, between care and freedom, between engagement and detachment. Takuan noticed the shift and smiled, but said nothing, allowing the teaching to deepen in silence. The path rose before them, the temple waited above, and Ryoshin walked toward both with a new quality of presence, neither rushing ahead in anticipation nor dragging behind in resistance, simply placing one foot after another in the eternal, now that was the only place he had ever actually existed, the stone in the stream. The following morning brought heavy clouds and the promise of rain. After morning meditation and a simple breakfast, Takuan invited Ryoshin to walk with him to a particular place he wanted to show him. They followed a narrow path that branched off from the main temple grounds, winding through thick forest where moss covered everything in emerald velvet, and the air smelled of earth and decay and hidden growing things. The sound of rushing water grew louder as they walked, and eventually they emerged onto the bank of a vigorous mountain stream, wider and more powerful than the one beside the temple. Here, Takuan said simply, gesturing to a large boulder that sat in the middle of the current. The water divided around it, creating complex patterns of flow and turbulence, white foam and dark pools. The stone itself was smooth and rounded, its surface carved by countless years of water's patient work. They found a flat rock near the shore and sat, and for a long time, Takuan said nothing, simply directing Ryoshin's attention to the stream, to the boulder, to the endless interaction between solid and fluid, between what resists and what yields. Finally, the monk spoke, his voice barely audible above the water's roar. "What do you see?" Ryoshin studied the scene carefully before answering. "I see a stone that stands against the current," he said. "The water flows around it, but the stone remains unmoved, unchanging in the midst of constant change." Takuan nodded. "Yes," he said. "And what else?" Ryoshin looked more carefully. "I see that the stone is smooth," he added. "The water has shaped it over time, worn away its rough edges, rounded its contours. So the stone is not actually unchanged, even though it appears solid and permanent." "Good," Takuan said. "Now watch more closely. Watch the water where it meets the stone." Ryoshin focused his attention on the point of contact, where current struck boulder. He saw turbulence there, saw water forced to change direction, saw the energy of resistance creating chaos and foam. Upstream of the stone, the water flowed smoothly. Downstream, it flowed smoothly again. But at the point where water met stone, where flow met resistance, there was disturbance, noise, wasted energy swirling without purpose. "Now look at the water itself," Takuan continued, "where it flows freely, where it encounters no obstacles. How does it move?" Ryoshin watched the clear stretches between rocks. The water moved with grace and power, its energy directed and purposeful, traveling swiftly toward its destination without struggle or complaint. There was a beauty in its movement, an efficiency that came from complete alignment with its nature and path. "Now look at what happens when it meets the stone," Takuan said. "Does the water fight? Does it push harder, trying to force its way through solid rock? Does it stop and pull up, refusing to continue because the path is blocked?" "No," Ryoshin said, seeing the teaching beginning to reveal itself. "It simply changes direction. It flows around the obstacle without hesitation, without resentment, without wasting energy on trying to move what cannot be moved. It accepts the presence of the stone and adjusts its path accordingly, and in doing so, it continues its journey without interruption." "Exactly," Takuan said with satisfaction. "The water demonstrates perfect wisdom. It neither fights what it cannot change, nor gives up its fundamental direction. It is both completely flexible and completely committed. This is what we have been learning about, the middle way applied to obstacles." He picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the current. "Watch your own life," he said. "How often have you been like that stone, standing rigid against the flow of reality, insisting that things should be different than they are, creating turbulence and suffering through your resistance? And how often has reality been like the water, patiently wearing you down, slowly smoothing your sharp edges through the relentless friction of your own rigidity?" Ryoshin felt the words landing in his chest like stones themselves. "Countless times," he admitted. "I have spent so much energy fighting against what is, demanding that life conform to my preferences, becoming angry and exhausted when it refused." Takuan nodded. "Most people live this way," he said. "They plant themselves in the stream of existence and wonder why they suffer, why they feel battered and eroded, why life seems so hard. They do not understand that their suffering comes not from the flow itself, but from their resistance to it. The water of life is neither good nor bad. It simply is, constantly changing, moving according to laws far older and larger than any individual preference. When you resist it, you suffer. When you move with it, you flow." He gestured back to the boulder. "But notice something else," he said. "The stone, despite all its resistance, despite all its solidity, is slowly being destroyed by the water. It may stand for 1,000 years, but eventually it will be worn to sand and carried away. Its resistance does not preserve it, only delays its inevitable transformation. This image struck Ryoshin powerfully. He thought about his own resistance to change, his clinging to identity and possessions, and ideas about how life should be. He had thought this clinging was protecting something precious, preserving who he was. But Takuan was showing him that it was having the opposite effect, that his rigidity was creating the very erosion and suffering he hoped to avoid. The water, by contrast, he continued watching. The water was never diminished by its flexibility. It gave way before every obstacle, yet never lost its essential nature, never stopped being water, never abandoned its fundamental direction toward the sea. Now imagine, Takuan said, that you are the water instead of the stone. Imagine meeting obstacles not with resistance, but with flexibility, not with the question, why is this in my way, but with the question, how do I flow around this? Imagine accepting that the landscape of your life includes rocks and narrows and sudden drops, and your task is not to make them disappear, but to find your path through them. How would your life feel different if you could move like water? Ryoshin sat with the question, feeling it reverberate through his understanding. He imagined encountering difficulties not as affronts to be fought, but as features of the landscape to be navigated. He imagined releasing his constant demand that obstacles remove themselves, and instead bringing his creative energy to finding paths around them. He imagined the peace that might come from surrendering the exhausting work of resistance and embracing the flowing work of adaptation. It would feel like freedom, he said quietly. It would feel like I was working with life instead of against it. Precisely, Takuan said. This is what acceptance truly means. Not passive resignation, but active flow. When Jin loses his crops, he can stand rigid like this stone, demanding that reality be different, generating turbulence and suffering. Or he can flow like water, accepting the drought as a fact, and immediately beginning to adapt, to find new solutions, to move around this obstacle toward his deeper intention of caring for his family. Same obstacle, completely different experience, completely different outcome. One path leads to erosion and exhaustion, the other to continued movement and growth. But what about things that are truly wrong? Ryoshin asked. What about injustice, cruelty, things that should be opposed? Does flowing mean accepting everything, never fighting for what is right? Takuan's expression became more serious. An excellent question, he said. And here is the subtle teaching. Water flows around stones it cannot move, but it also, over time, moves stones it can. When water is deep enough, strong enough, when many streams come together into a river, then even large boulders are swept away. The wisdom is knowing the difference, knowing when to flow around and when to gather force and move what can be moved. He continued, but even when moving obstacles, water does not do it from a place of rigid resistance, of hatred toward the stone, of making the stone wrong for existing. It simply follows its nature with sufficient force to reshape the landscape. This is how skillful action arises from acceptance. You see clearly what is. You accept that it is. You do not waste energy in resistance and outrage. And from that clear seeing and acceptance, you can gather appropriate force to change what can be changed. But you do it from a place of flow, of alignment with larger forces, of patience with process, not from a place of ego fighting to prove itself right. The teaching was subtle but crucial. Ryoshin was beginning to understand that acceptance did not mean passivity, and action did not require resistance. He could see injustice clearly, call it what it was, work to change it, but without the additional suffering of making himself rigid with righteousness, without the erosion that came from defining himself through opposition. He could be strong like deep water, powerful through accumulated force and patience, rather than strong like stone, powerful through resistance that ultimately led to his own wearing away. They sat by the stream as the morning advanced toward noon, watching the eternal dance of water and stone. Ryoshin found himself naturally falling into the rhythm of the current, his breath sinking with the flow, his thoughts becoming less sticky, more fluid. He realized that this practice of watching water was itself a teaching method, that Takwon had brought him here not just to receive words, but to have his nervous system entrained to the quality of flow, to experience viscerally what it felt like to be fluid rather than rigid. After a long silence, Takwon spoke one more time. "When you return to your life beyond this mountain," he said, "when you face the obstacles that will inevitably come, I want you to remember this stream. Remember that you have a choice in every moment between being stone or being water. Being stone feels safe, but leads to erosion. Being water feels vulnerable, but leads to flow. The paradox is that what seems weak, flexibility and yielding, is actually what endures. What seems strong, rigidity and resistance, is actually what breaks. This is ancient wisdom, written in every landscape, demonstrated by every stream, available to anyone willing to observe and learn." They rose and began the walk back to the temple, and Ryoshin noticed that his movement had become more fluid, more water-like. He bent and flowed around obstacles on the path rather than pushing through them. He adjusted his stride to match the terrain rather than maintaining rigid consistency. He felt lighter, as if he had released some fundamental tension, some insistence on moving through the world in a particular way, regardless of what the world required. The teaching of water and stone had entered him not just as concept, but as embodied experience, as a new way of being that felt simultaneously ancient and refreshingly new. As they approached the temple, the first raindrops began to fall, and Ryoshin laughed with delight, tilting his face up to receive this gift of water from the sky, feeling kinship with its flowing nature, remembering that his own body was mostly water, that he too could learn to flow around obstacles, to move with grace through the landscape of his life, to be simultaneously soft and powerful, yielding and persistent, gentle and unstoppable, when compassion meets ego. That evening, as rain continued to fall in steady sheets, the temple community gathered in the main hall for evening chanting. Ryoshin had witnessed this ritual several times now, but tonight he paid closer attention to the people around him. Most of the monks and nuns moved through the ceremony with humble focus, their voices blending into a harmonious whole. No individual trying to stand out or perform, but one young monk, perhaps 20 years old, chanted with particular intensity, his voice slightly louder than others, his posture more dramatically perfect, his eyes more tightly closed in apparent concentration. After the ceremony ended, Ryoshin found himself in the kitchen, helping to prepare the next day's vegetables alongside this same young monk. The monk introduced himself as Kaito and immediately began speaking about his practice. "I have been here for 2 years," he said, chopping carrots with flourish. "I wake earlier than the others to do extra meditation. I have memorized the entire Heart Sutra. I spend my free time studying commentaries on the sutras. Master Takwon says I am making excellent progress." His tone was not quite boastful, but contained a quality of self-satisfaction that made Ryoshin uncomfortable in ways he could not immediately name. As they worked, a beggar appeared at the kitchen door, an old woman with tattered clothes and a weathered face. She bowed deeply and asked if there might be any food to spare. Kaito immediately jumped up, filled a large bowl with rice and vegetables, and presented it to her with an elaborate bow. "May you be filled with loving kindness," he intoned formally. "May your suffering cease." The old woman thanked him and left, and Kaito returned to his chopping with visible pleasure. "It feels so good to help those less fortunate," he said. "Compassion practice is really the heart of the path, do you not think? We must care for all sentient beings." Before Ryoshin could respond, Etsuko entered the kitchen. She moved quietly to the door and looked out at the departing figure of the old woman, then turned back with an expression that held gentle sadness. "Kaito," she said softly, "did you notice that the woman had no bag or wrap to protect the food from the rain?" Kaito looked confused. "I gave her food," he said, a note of defense entering his voice. "Is that not enough?" Etsuko smiled with infinite patience. "You gave her food?" "Yes," she said. "But did you see her? Did you notice her needs beyond your intention to demonstrate generosity? The rice you gave her will be soggy before she reaches shelter. A smaller amount wrapped in oilcloth would have served her better, but that would have required seeing her actual situation rather than performing your own compassion." The words hung in the air like smoke. Kaito's face reddened. "I was trying to help," he protested. "I was practicing generosity, giving freely without attachment." Etsuko moved closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know," she said, "and the intention is beautiful, but I wonder, who were you helping? Her or your idea of yourself as a compassionate person? Were you meeting her need or fulfilling your need to be seen as generous, to feel good about your spiritual progress?" Ryoshin watched this interaction with fascination. He saw in Kaito something he recognized from his own behavior, a subtle way that even spiritual practice could become another possession, another way to build up the ego, to create a story of being someone special. Kaito stood frozen, clearly struggling with what Etsuko was suggesting. "But the teachings say to practice compassion," he said, "to care for those who suffer. I am doing what I was taught." Etsuko nodded. "You are doing what you think you were taught," she said. "But there is a difference between true compassion and ego wearing compassion's clothing. True compassion sees clearly, responds to actual needs, has no witness, keeps no score. It does not announce itself or feel good about itself. It simply acts because action is needed, then moves on without taking credit or building identity. What I saw just now was ego compassion. Compassion performed for an audience that includes yourself. Compassion that says, "Look at me being compassionate." Compassion that adds to your story of being a good person rather than dissolving the story altogether. She moved to the door, picked up a piece of oilcloth from a shelf, and walked out into the rain. Ryoshin and Kaito watched through the doorway as she caught up with the old woman, wrapped the bowl carefully in the cloth, exchanged a few words they could not hear, then returned. She came back into the kitchen without fanfare, hung up the dripping cloth to dry, and returned to her work as if nothing significant had happened. "That," she said without looking up, "is compassion without ego. Seeing a need, meeting it, no performance, no self-congratulation, no story about what a kind person I am." Kaito looked like he might argue further, but Taquan appeared in the doorway, having witnessed the scene. He gestured for both young men to follow him to a quiet corner of the hall. When they were settled, he spoke in his characteristic gentle voice. "Kaito, you have a good heart," he said. "Your intention toward kindness is genuine, but Etsuko has pointed to something crucial, something many practitioners miss for years. The ego is very clever. When you begin to see through its obvious manifestations, the pride in possessions, the attachment to identity, the clinging to pleasure, it does not give up. It simply becomes more subtle. It learns to disguise itself in spiritual clothing. He paused, letting this sink in. The ego can become attached to being detached, Taquan continued. It can take pride in humility. It can build identity around having no identity. It can turn compassion into another form of superiority, another way to divide the world into me, who helps, and them, who need help. This is one of the most dangerous traps on the path, because it feels so righteous, so aligned with teachings, that you do not recognize it as ego playing a new game. Kaito's eyes had filled with tears. "So what do I do?" he asked. "How do I practice compassion without ego? How do I know if I am helping for the right reasons?" Taquan smiled with great kindness. "The fact that you ask this question means you are beginning to see," he said. "The answer is not to stop practicing compassion, but to bring awareness to the subtle ways pride sneaks in. When you help someone, notice if there is a part of you that wants them to acknowledge your help, that wants others to witness your generosity, that wants to feel good about yourself afterward. Notice if there is a voice saying, 'See what a good person I am. See how spiritual I am. See how much progress I am making.' And when you notice that voice," he continued, "do not judge it or fight it. Simply see it as another manifestation of ego, another thought arising from conditioning, another strategy for creating and defending a self-image. The seeing itself, the awareness of the pattern, gradually weakens its hold. Over time, your actions become more pure, more free from the contamination of self-interest, not because you have forced purity, but because you have seen through the impurity clearly enough that it naturally falls away." Etsuko, who had joined them, added her own perspective. "Another key," she said, "is to practice anonymously whenever possible. Give in ways that no one sees. Help without announcing. Serve without seeking recognition. When no one is watching, including yourself, ego has nothing to work with. It needs an audience, needs witnesses, needs proof that you are good. Anonymous service starves the ego while feeding genuine compassion." Ryoshin, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "But I thought earlier you said compassion begins with self-compassion," he said to Etsuko. "If I am being compassionate toward myself, am I not aware of it? Is that not ego compassion?" Etsuko nodded approvingly at the question. "Good," she said. "You are paying attention to subtlety. Self-compassion is different because the awareness is necessary. When you are harsh with yourself, you need to consciously bring kindness to your own experience. But notice the quality of that self-compassion. Is it indulgent, saying, 'Poor me, I deserve special treatment'? Or is it simply accurate, seeing your suffering clearly and responding with the same care you would offer any struggling being?" True self-compassion, Taquan added, does not build up the self. It actually helps you see that what you call self is just another suffering being, no more or less important than any other. It personalizes care in order to universalize it. You learn to be gentle with your own struggles, so you can understand struggles in general, not to create a special category for your suffering as more important than others. This is the middle way applied to compassion, caring for yourself without self-centeredness, caring for others without losing yourself. They sat together as rain drummed on the roof and distant thunder rolled through mountain valleys. Kaito seemed to be working through something internal, his face cycling through expressions of realization and resistance. Finally, he spoke. "I think I have been using practice to create a new identity," he said slowly. a spiritual identity that is supposed to be better than my old identity. I have been trying to become someone special, someone enlightened, and I have been using compassion and meditation and study as tools to build this better self, but it is still self, still ego, just wearing different clothes. Takuan reached over and squeezed Kaito's shoulder. This seeing is worth more than 1,000 hours of perfect posture in meditation, he said. This is the beginning of real practice, when you start to recognize ego's disguises, when you become suspicious of any part of practice that feels like self-improvement rather than self-seeing. The path is not about becoming a better person. It is about seeing through the illusion of being a person at all, about recognizing the awareness that exists before and beyond all identities, including spiritual ones. But do not let this seeing become another form of pride, Etsuko added with a slight smile. Do not let the ego claim credit for seeing through ego. Do not develop an identity as someone who has transcended identity. Just keep watching, keep practicing, keep serving, and let the insights integrate without turning them into possessions. Kaito laughed, a sound of relief and recognition. It never ends, does it? He said. The ego always finds a new way to reassert itself. Takuan and Etsuko laughed with him. It ends, Takuan said, but not through fighting. It ends through seeing, through repeated gentle awareness that eventually wears away the habit of self-construction like water wears away stone. As the group dispersed to evening activities, Ryoshin felt grateful to have witnessed this teaching. He recognized in Kaito's struggle his own tendency to turn spiritual insights into new forms of ego, to use wisdom as another way to feel superior, to transform practices meant to liberate into chains decorated with more beautiful links. He saw how subtle the work truly was, how easily even genuine compassion could be corrupted by the need for recognition, how vigilant he would need to be as he continued this path. But he also felt encouraged, seeing that the traps were recognizable, that teachers like Takuan and Etsuko could spot ego's disguises and point them out with kindness rather than judgment. The path was long, the work was subtle, but it was clearly possible to move through the world with genuine compassion, free from the contamination of ego, serving without keeping score, loving without needing recognition, being kind without needing to be seen as kind. That possibility, however distant it might be for him now, shone like a lantern, showing the way forward through the darkness of confusion and self-deception. The empty bowl. The next day brought clear skies after the rain. Everything washed clean and vivid. Morning meditation felt deeper than usual. Ryoshin's mind less chaotic, more willing to settle into the gaps between thoughts. After breakfast, Takuan announced that he and Ryoshin would join the monks' alms round in the village, the daily practice of receiving food offerings from the community. This was new for Ryoshin, and he felt nervous as Takuan handed him a simple wooden bowl, worn smooth by decades of use. The practice is simple, Takuan explained as they walked. We move through the village in silence, stopping at homes where families wish to offer food. We do not ask, do not prefer one household over another, do not judge what is given or not given. We simply receive with gratitude whatever comes, then move on. Our only job is to be worthy vessels for generosity, to give people the opportunity to practice giving, which is a gift we offer them. This last point confused Ryoshin. How is it a gift to let them give to us? He asked. Surely we are receiving the gift. Takuan smiled. You will see, he said. They entered the village and began their slow walk through the lanes. At the first house, an elderly man emerged and placed a scoop of rice in each of their bowls, then bowed deeply with hands pressed together. Taquan and Ryoshin bowed in return and moved on. At the second house, a young mother with a baby on her hip gave them pickled vegetables. At the third, a prosperous-looking merchant offered fish. At the fourth, a very poor family offered only 3 small plums, apologizing for having so little. Ryoshin noticed that Taquan received all offerings with exactly the same quality of attention and gratitude, never showing preference for the generous offering over the meager one, never disappointed when a house they passed offered nothing. His demeanor suggested that receiving a feast and receiving nothing were of equal value, that the content of the bowl mattered far less than something else Ryoshin was only beginning to sense. By the time they had made a complete round of the village, both bowls were full with a mixture of offerings, a humble but sufficient meal. They returned to the temple and joined the community in eating what had been received. The food was shared equally among all, so what Ryoshin ate bore no direct relationship to what he had received. Before eating, Taquan led a brief reflection. "We eat this food not because we deserve it, but because life requires it," he said. "We receive it not as our right, but as gift, understanding that our existence depends on the generosity of others, the sacrifice of plants and animals, the work of farmers and cooks. We eat with gratitude and humility, knowing we are sustained by a web of generosity far beyond our comprehension." After the meal, as they washed their bowls, Taquan asked, "What did you notice during the alms round?" Ryoshin thought carefully before answering. "I noticed that you treated every offering the same," he said. "The fish and the 3 plums seemed to have equal value to you. I noticed that you seemed as content when given much as when given little, or even when given nothing." Taquan nodded. "And how did that feel to you? Were you judging the offerings, preferring some over others?" Ryoshin admitted the truth. "Yes," he said. "I felt grateful when people gave us good food. I felt disappointed when some houses gave nothing. I felt embarrassed when that poor family apologized for their small offering, as if we were judging them for not giving more. So I was not practicing correctly?" Taquan shook his head. "You were practicing perfectly," he said. "You were seeing your mind clearly, noticing its habits of preference and judgment. This is exactly what the alms round is designed to reveal. It puts you in a position where you cannot control what comes. And in that lack of control, you see how much your peace depends on getting what you want." He set his bowl aside and looked at Ryoshin directly. "The empty bowl is one of our most important teachers," he said. "When you hold out that bowl, you are practicing contentment in its purest form. The bowl does not care what goes into it. It serves its purpose whether full or empty, whether containing simple rice or elaborate feast. It receives what comes without complaint, holds it without clinging, and releases it when the time comes to eat or clean. If you can learn to be like that bowl, you will have discovered one of the deepest secrets of happiness. But surely there is a difference between getting enough food to live and getting nothing," Ryoshin protested. "Surely contentment cannot mean being happy to starve." Taquan smiled. "Of course there are practical realities," he said. "The body needs nourishment. But notice where your mind went. It immediately jumped to the extreme, to starvation. In reality, we received plenty today, more than enough. Yet still, your mind was judging, still preferring, still creating a hierarchy of better and worse offerings. This is what I am pointing to: the habitual dissatisfaction, the constant comparison between what is and what you wish were true." He gestured to the clean bowl resting beside them. "The teaching of the empty bowl is about sufficiency," he continued. "It asks, how much is enough? When do you stop wanting more, better, different?" Most people never ask this question. They spend their entire lives in a state of comparative thinking, always measuring what they have against what others have, what they have now against what they had before, what they have against what they imagined they would have. This constant comparison makes contentment impossible because there is always someone with more, always a past that seems better, always a future that promises more than the present delivers. Ryoshin felt this teaching touching something deep in his experience. He realized that he had spent most of his life in exactly that state, perpetually dissatisfied not because of actual lack, but because of endless comparison, endless wanting for something slightly different from whatever was present. Even here at the temple, where he had less than he had ever had in his life, his mind was still doing it, still judging, still preferring, still unable to simply rest in sufficiency. The practice of alms, Takuan continued, trains you in a different way of being. You go out each day with an empty bowl and you receive what comes. Some days the offerings are abundant. Some days they are meager. Some days they are exactly what you would have chosen. Some days they are not to your taste. But every day you practice receiving whatever comes with the same gratitude, the same acceptance. You practice saying yes to life's offerings without the constant commentary of "I wish it were different." Over time, something remarkable happens. You discover that contentment is not a feeling that comes from getting what you want. It is an orientation you bring to whatever you get. It is not dependent on conditions being a certain way. It is the choice to say, "This is enough, this is sufficient, this is complete exactly as it is." This does not mean you stop working or striving or trying to improve circumstances. It means you stop making your peace dependent on circumstances being different than they are. He picked up the bowl and held it out toward Ryoshin. "Take this bowl," he said. "Every morning, imagine you are holding it out to life itself, receiving whatever the day brings. Practice saying yes to what comes. Practice recognizing sufficiency. Practice noticing when your mind says not enough, not right, not what I wanted, and gently bringing it back to appreciation for what is actually here. This is one of the deepest practices I can teach you, and it will serve you long after you leave this mountain." Ryoshin took the bowl, feeling its weight, its smooth surface worn by countless hands. He thought about his life before coming here, thought about how much energy he had spent chasing after more, better, different, thought about how rarely he had paused to recognize sufficiency in what was already present. He thought about his pile of possessions slowly moldering at the edge of the temple grounds, about how desperately he had clung to them as proof of his worth, his identity, his place in the world. And he thought about this empty bowl, this simple vessel that served its purpose whether full or empty, that taught contentment not through having, but through receiving, not through grasping, but through open-handed acceptance. Over the following days, Ryoshin participated in the alms rounds regularly, and slowly, subtly, the teaching began to penetrate deeper than intellectual understanding. He noticed his mind's habits of comparison beginning to loosen. He found himself able to receive meager offerings with genuine gratitude, to notice abundance without grasping after more. He discovered that sufficiency was not a quantity, but a quality of attention, a way of seeing that recognized completeness in each moment rather than constantly reaching toward an imagined future where things would finally be enough. One morning, as they walked back from the village with their bowls, Takuan said quietly, "You are beginning to understand. I can see it in how you hold the bowl, how you receive what comes. This is good." Ryoshin felt a flush of pride at the recognition, then immediately noticed the pride and smiled at himself, at how quickly ego tried to claim even this progress. "Thank you," he said simply. "I am learning that contentment is not about having enough, but about being enough. About recognizing that whatever this moment contains is complete, is sufficient, is exactly what needs to be present. Takuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, he said. And the deepest teaching is this. You yourself are like the bowl, empty of inherent self, yet capable of containing all experience, sufficient exactly as you are, whether full or empty, whether the contents are sweet or bitter. Your worth is not determined by what you contain or accomplish or possess. You are valuable simply as the space in which life occurs, the awareness in which all experience appears. When you truly understand this, contentment becomes your natural state, not something you achieve, but something you discover was always present, waiting beneath the noise of constant wanting. They walked the rest of the way in silence, and Ryoshin felt something settling in him, some ancient restlessness beginning to quiet. The path ahead wound upward through morning light. The temple waited on its mountain perch, and he walked with an empty bowl that felt, paradoxically, full of everything he had been seeking, full of the sufficiency that comes not from having, but from being, not from getting, but from accepting, not from filling the emptiness, but from recognizing the emptiness itself as complete, as perfect, as exactly enough. Storms of the mind. On Ryoshin's 10th day at the temple, dark clouds began gathering over the peaks in early afternoon, moving with unnatural speed and density. The air grew thick and electric, charged with the promise of something more violent than the gentle rains that had fallen before. By evening, the first gusts of wind were bending trees and rattling the temple's wooden shutters. Takuan moved through the halls calmly, securing loose items, closing windows, lighting oil lamps against the gathering darkness. There is a storm coming, he said to Ryoshin. A significant one. It will be a good teacher if you are willing to learn. As night fell, the storm arrived with full force. Wind howled around the temple like a living thing, screaming through eaves and corners, shaking the building's frame. Rain came in horizontal sheets, hammering against walls and roof with deafening intensity. Thunder cracked so close and loud that it felt like the mountain itself was splitting open, and lightning turned the darkness into brief, brilliant noon. Ryoshin sat in his small room, trying to meditate as instructed, but his heart was racing, his breath shallow, his mind filled with visions of the temple collapsing, of being swept away by wind or water, of dying here on this mountain far from anyone who knew his name. He tried to apply the teachings he had learned, tried to watch his fear as just another thought arising, tried to flow like water around the obstacle of terror, but the fear was too large, too immediate, too physically present in the tightness of his chest and the trembling of his hands. After an hour of struggling alone, he gave up and went looking for Takuan. He found the old monk in the meditation hall, sitting in perfect stillness as if the storm did not exist, as if the world were not ending just beyond these thin wooden walls. Takuan opened his eyes as Ryoshin entered, and his expression held no surprise, only welcoming recognition. "You are afraid," he said simply. It was not a question. Ryoshin nodded, too shaken to pretend otherwise. "I cannot calm my mind," he admitted. "I know the teachings. I know I should observe the fear without identifying with it, but I cannot. The storm is too powerful. I keep imagining terrible things happening. I cannot find peace." His voice cracked slightly on the last word, embarrassment mixing with genuine distress. Takuan patted the cushion beside him. "Sit," he said. "Let us be afraid together." The phrasing confused Ryoshin, but he sat, and Takuan sat with him in silence as the storm raged. After several minutes, the monk spoke, his voice barely audible above the wind. Tell me, what are you afraid of specifically? Ryoshin thought about it. I am afraid the temple will collapse, he said. I am afraid of being injured or killed. I am afraid of being out of control, unable to protect myself. Takuan nodded. These are understandable fears, he said. The body's survival instinct is strong and intelligent. It perceives danger and sounds the alarm. This is natural, not a failure. He paused as a particularly violent gust shook the building. But notice something, he continued. The fear is about the future, about things that have not happened and may never happen. Right now, in this exact moment, are you safe? Ryoshin looked around the solid hall, felt the cushion beneath him, noticed that despite the storm's fury, the temple was holding. He was dry. He was breathing. He was here. Right now, yes, he admitted. I am safe right now. Then stay here, Takuan said. Stay in right now. Not in the imagined future where terrible things might happen, but in this moment where you are actually safe. Ryoshin tried to do as instructed, tried to keep his attention on the present moment, but his mind kept leaping forward, playing out scenarios of disaster. Every crack of thunder sent him into a future where lightning struck the temple. Every gust of wind carried him into a future where the roof tore away. Takuan watched him struggle with compassionate attention. I see you leaving, he said. I see you abandoning this moment to live in a future that does not exist. Come back. Use the breath as your anchor. When the mind goes to the future, bring it back to this breath. Right here, right now. They sat breathing together, and gradually, incrementally, Ryoshin began to find steadiness. Not because the storm diminished, but because he stopped abandoning the present moment to suffer in imagined futures. Each time fear pulled him forward, he noticed and returned to breath, to body, to the simple fact of sitting here, now, safe in this moment. The storm continued its assault, but he began to notice something remarkable. The storm was happening outside, but inside this hall, inside this moment of breathing, there was stillness, there was safety, there was a kind of peace that existed independently of external conditions. After perhaps an hour of this practice, Takuan spoke again. The storm outside is like the storms that move through your mind, he said. Thoughts and emotions arise with tremendous force, creating noise and turbulence, demanding your attention, threatening to overwhelm you. But notice what I am about to show you. He pointed upward. This storm, violent as it is happening in the sky. And what is the sky? Ryoshin looked up, though he could not see through the roof. The sky is the space where storms happen, he said slowly. Yes, Takuan replied, and the sky itself is never disturbed by weather. Storms come and go, fierce or gentle, but the sky remains unchanged, vast and accommodating, neither fighting the storm nor clutching at clear days. He let this image settle before continuing. Your true nature is like the sky, he said. It is the awareness in which all experience appears. Thoughts arise like clouds, emotions blow through like wind, fear thunders and crashes like this storm tonight. But the awareness that witnesses all of this, the consciousness in which this entire drama unfolds, it is never touched, never damaged, never truly threatened. It is vast enough to hold any storm, spacious enough to allow any weather to pass through without resistance. Ryoshin felt something shift in his understanding, felt himself becoming less identified with the storm of fear and more identified with the space in which the fear was appearing. It was subtle, but profound, a slight change in perspective that created enormous difference in experience. I can see it, he said quietly. I can feel moments where I am not the fear. I am the awareness watching fear arise, and in those moments, the fear is still present, but it is not overwhelming because there is so much space around it. Exactly, Tranquil said, with clear satisfaction. This is one of the most important insights on the path. You are not the weather patterns moving through your consciousness. You are the sky itself, and the sky is unshakable, indestructible, permanently at peace, regardless of what temporary conditions arise within it. When you rest in that awareness, when you identify as that space rather than as the contents passing through it, you discover an unshakable peace that does not depend on storms ending or on controlling what arises. They sat together through the long night, and the storm did eventually diminish, moving on to assault other mountains, other valleys. But Ryoshin barely noticed the transition, because he had discovered something far more significant than the storm's passing. He had touched, however briefly, a dimension of his being that was untouched by circumstance, untroubled by the endless arising and passing of experience. He had found the sky beneath the storm, the stillness beneath the turbulence, the peace that was not the opposite of chaos, but the space in which chaos appeared and dissolved without leaving a trace. As dawn approached, Tranquil rose and stretched. You have learned something tonight that many people never learn, he said. You have learned that you can remain centered while everything around you is chaos. You have learned that peace is not dependent on controlling external conditions, on making storms stop, on ensuring that nothing difficult ever happens. Peace is available in any moment when you remember what you truly are, when you rest in the awareness that holds all experience without being defined by any of it. Ryoshin stood as well, his body stiff from sitting, but his mind clearer than it had been in years. Thank you, he said simply. Tranquil smiled. Do not thank me, he said. Thank the storm. Thank your fear. Thank every difficulty that forces you to discover resources within yourself you did not know existed. The comfortable moments teach us little. The storms teach us everything, if we are willing to sit with them, to stay present to them, to discover that we are not destroyed by them, because what we truly are cannot be destroyed. They walked together into the dawn, into a world washed clean by rain, into air so fresh and clear it felt like breathing light itself. Trees were down, branches scattered, but the temple stood firm, had weathered this storm as it had weathered countless others. Ryoshin looked at the damage without distress, seeing it simply as change, as the natural movement of phenomena, as evidence of impermanence that no longer threatened him, because he had discovered something permanent beneath it all, something that would remain regardless of what storms came, regardless of what broke or changed or disappeared. He had found the sky, and having found it once, he knew he could find it again, could return to it whenever the next storm arose, whether that storm was made of wind and rain or of grief and loss and fear. The storms would come, that was certain, but so too was the sky, eternal and undisturbed, vast enough to hold anything, peaceful enough to weather everything. The dying monk. 3 days after the storm, word spread quietly through the temple that Elder Sudo, who at 87 was the oldest member of the community, had entered his final days. Ryoshin had seen Sudo several times during his stay, a tiny man who moved with extreme slowness, who spoke rarely, but whose eyes held a clarity that seemed to see through surfaces into some deeper layer of reality. Now Sudo lay on a simple mat in a small room, his breathing labored, his body clearly preparing to release its hold on life. The community responded with quiet efficiency. Someone was always sitting with Sudo, not to fuss over him or try to prevent what was coming, but simply to provide the gift of presence, to ensure he would not die alone. Monks and nuns rotated through in shifts, sitting in meditation beside the dying man, chanting softly, offering water when he could take it, but mostly just being there, bearing witness to this most universal of human experiences. When Takuan's turn came, he brought Ryoshin with him. "It is important you see this," he said simply. They entered the small room where Sudo lay. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow and irregular with long pauses between breaths that made Ryoshin wonder each time if this was the end. But then another breath would come, and another, the body continuing its work without complaint or resistance. Takuan settled onto a cushion beside the mat, and Ryoshin sat nearby, unsure what to do, uncomfortable with this proximity to death. He had never watched someone die before, had always avoided funerals and sickbeds, had constructed elaborate strategies to deny or distance himself from mortality. After they had sat for perhaps half an hour, Sudo's eyes opened. They fixed on Takuan with perfect recognition and something that looked remarkably like joy. "Ah, old friend," Sudo whispered, his voice barely audible. "You have come to sit with me." Takuan leaned closer and took Sudo's hand. "Of course," he said. "I would not miss this. Where are you going without me?" Sudo's face creased into a smile. "Nowhere," he said. "Where is there to go? Everything happens right here." The exchange was simple but profound, and Ryoshin sensed layers of meaning he could not fully grasp. Sudo's eyes moved to Ryoshin. "And who is this young one?" he asked. Ryoshin introduced himself, said he was staying at the temple to learn. Sudo's smile deepened. "Learning," he said. "Good. I am learning too. Death is quite an education. Tell me, young one, are you afraid of me?" Ryoshin hesitated, then decided on honesty. "A little," he admitted. "I have not been around death much. I do not know what to say or do." Sudo's laugh was barely more than breath, but it was genuine. "Nothing to say," he said. "Nothing to do. Just this. Just sitting. Just breathing while there is breath. Just being while there is being. Very simple." Takuan spoke softly. "Sudo has been preparing for this moment his whole life," he said to Ryoshin. "Not in the sense of fearing it or fighting it, but in the sense of understanding it, of seeing death as part of the great cycle, of practicing non-attachment so thoroughly that even life itself can be released without clinging. What you are witnessing is mastery of letting go, the final and most complete form of the practice." Sudo squeezed Takuan's hand weakly. "Too many words, old friend," he said. "It is not mastery, it is just readiness. When the fruit is ripe, it falls, that is all." They sat as the afternoon progressed toward evening. Sometimes Sudo slept. Sometimes he was awake and aware, his eyes moving around the room as if seeing things beyond normal sight. Once he spoke suddenly, addressing someone not present. "Yes, mother, I am coming soon. Not yet, but soon." Then his eyes cleared, and he looked at Takuan. "She is here," he said simply. "Many of them are here. It is quite crowded, actually." He smiled at what seemed to be a private joke. Takuan simply nodded, neither confirming nor denying, simply accepting Sudo's experience without judgment. As evening deepened, Etsuko brought a small lamp and some incense. She knelt beside Sudo and touched his forehead gently. "How are you, old friend?" she asked. "Ready," he whispered. "So ready. Tired of carrying this old body around. Ready to put it down." She smiled with infinite tenderness. "Soon," she said. "Very soon, you will be free of this burden. What a relief it will be." Sudo's eyes filled with tears, but they were not tears of sadness. "Yes," he said. "What a relief. What a beautiful relief." Ryoshin watched this exchange with something breaking open in his chest. He had always thought of death as the ultimate tragedy, the final loss, the thing to be avoided at all costs. But Pseudo was approaching it with something that looked remarkably like anticipation, like a traveler finally seeing home after a long journey. There was no fear in the old monk's eyes, no resistance, no clinging to what was slipping away. There was only a kind of profound readiness, a willingness to complete this cycle and discover what lay beyond, or within, or nowhere at all. As the night deepened, more community members came to sit with Pseudo. The small room filled with quiet presence, with chanting, with the sound of breath that was becoming increasingly irregular, increasingly labored. Pseudo seemed to be moving between worlds, sometimes present, sometimes distant, his consciousness loosening its attachment to the body that had carried it for nearly 9 decades. Around midnight, he opened his eyes one more time and looked around at all the faces gathered there. "So much love," he whispered. "I am so fortunate. So much love." His eyes closed and his breathing changed again, becoming even more shallow, even more spaced. Takuan began to chant softly, and the others joined, their voices creating a container of sound within which Pseudo could release his final hold. The words were in a language Ryoshin did not understand, but their meaning was clear in the tone, in the intention. They were offering Pseudo permission to go, assurance that he was loved and would be remembered, blessing for whatever transition he was making. The chanting continued for an hour, maybe more, and gradually, so gradually it was hard to mark the exact moment, Pseudo's breathing simply stopped. There was a final exhale, soft as a sigh, and then no inhale followed. The silence that opened where breath had been was profound, felt like presence rather than absence, like arrival rather than departure. No one moved for several minutes. They sat with the stillness, with the body that was now just body, no longer inhabited by the consciousness that had animated it for so long. Then Takuan reached out and gently closed Pseudo's eyes, arranged his hands in a gesture of peace, and bowed deeply. The others followed, each offering their own bow, their own silent goodbye to a friend, a teacher, a fellow traveler on the path. When it was Ryoshin's turn, he bowed and found himself weeping, though whether from sadness or awe or relief or some combination of all three, he could not say. Later, after the body had been ritually washed and prepared, after prayers had been said and arrangements made, Ryoshin walked with Takuan in the temple garden. The sky was ablaze with stars, more stars than Ryoshin had ever seen, and the air was cold and clean. "I have never seen anyone die like that," Ryoshin said quietly, "with such peace, such acceptance. How is it possible to let go of life itself without fear?" Takuan looked up at the stars for a long moment before answering. "Pseudo practiced letting go every day of his life," he finally said. He let go of possessions, of ego, of preferences, of resistance to what is. He practiced seeing the impermanence of all things, the emptiness of solid-seeming reality, the spaciousness of awareness that holds all experience. By the time death came, he had already released everything else, so releasing life was simply the final step in a long process of opening, opening, opening. He did not suddenly become peaceful at the moment of death. He brought a peace he had cultivated for decades to the moment of death. They walked in silence for a while, their footsteps soft on gravel paths. "But there is something more," Takuan continued. "Pseudo understood, in a way that most people do not, that death is not an ending, but a transformation, or perhaps not even that. What we call death is simply the dissolution of a temporary form. The body, which is already constantly dying and renewing itself cell by cell, simply completes its process and returns to Earth. But consciousness, awareness, the witnessing presence that we truly are, that was never born and therefore cannot die, it simply continues, not as an individual soul going somewhere, but as the unchanging awareness in which all birth and death appear like waves appearing and disappearing in an ocean. Ryoshin struggled to grasp this teaching. "So Pseudo is not dead?" he asked, confused. Takuan smiled in the darkness. Pseudo, the person, the collection of memories and preferences and stories that went by that name, yes, that is gone. But what Pseudo truly was, what you and I and all beings truly are beneath the temporary forms we inhabit, that has not gone anywhere because it was never anywhere to begin with. It is not located in space or time. It is the space and time in which all locations appear. To ask where it went is like asking where your reflection goes when you step away from the mirror. They stood at the edge of the garden, looking out at darkness and stars. "I am still afraid of death," Ryoshin admitted. "Even after seeing Pseudo's piece, I feel fear when I think about my own death." Takuan nodded. "That is natural," he said. "The body has survival instinct, and the ego has tremendous fear of its own dissolution. But I will tell you this, that fear, like all suffering, comes from identification with what is temporary. You fear death because you believe you are this body, this personality, this collection of experiences and preferences that seems so solid and real and necessary. But as you continue to practice, as you continue to see through the illusion of separate solid self, as you recognize yourself as the awareness in which experience appears rather than as the experiences themselves, that fear will diminish. Not because you force it away, but because you see clearly that what you truly are cannot die." He turned to face Ryoshin fully. "Pseudo's gift to you tonight was not just the teaching of peaceful death," he said. "His gift was the reminder of impermanence, of the precious temporary nature of this life. You came to this mountain carrying possessions you thought defined you, clinging to an identity you thought you needed, seeking a future where you imagined you would finally be safe and complete. But Pseudo showed you tonight that none of that matters at the end. All that matters is this: have you lived fully? Have you loved completely? Have you awakened to what you truly are before the body fails and the story ends? These are the only questions worth asking, and death is what gives them urgency and meaning." Ryoshin felt the teaching penetrate deeply, felt his perspective shifting in fundamental ways. He looked up at the stars, thought about the vastness of space and time, thought about how brief and precious this moment of being alive truly was. Tomorrow he might die like Pseudo. Tomorrow, this body might fail, this personality might dissolve, this brief appearance in the world might end. The thought brought not terror, but a strange liberation, a sense that if nothing was permanent, then nothing needed to be grasped, and if death was inevitable, then every moment alive was a gift to be fully inhabited rather than a problem to be solved. They walked back toward the temple, and Ryoshin felt different than he had walking out. Something had changed in witnessing Pseudo's peaceful passage, in seeing how completely a human being could release their hold on existence without struggle or complaint. He had seen the final teaching of detachment, had witnessed compassion extended even to one's own death, had glimpsed the contentment that comes from accepting the most fundamental fact of embodied existence, that all forms arise and pass away, that nothing lasts, that clinging to anything only creates suffering. Pseudo was gone, but his teaching remained, written now in Ryoshin's heart, a reminder that the path led ultimately to this, to the complete and total letting go of everything, including the one who lets go, until nothing remained but the vast sky of awareness, empty and full, peaceful and unchanging, the home he had never actually left, no matter how far he had traveled or how much he had carried. Releasing the story of me. The day after Pseudo's death, the community held a simple ceremony, then turned the body over to the flames in the traditional manner, returning the elements to elements, ashes to ash. Life at the temple continued with the same rhythms as before: morning meditation, meals, work, study, evening prayers. Ryoshin found the continuity strangely comforting. This demonstration that life flowed on regardless of individual death, that the community was larger than any single member, that practice continued beyond any practitioner. That evening, Takuan invited Ryoshin to join him outside after dark. They walked to a clearing away from the temple buildings, where the night sky opened vast and clear above them. Takuan spread a blanket on the grass, and they lay down side by side, looking up at the river of stars arcing overhead. For a long time, neither spoke, simply breathing and watching. Two small humans on a small planet, looking out into incomprehensible vastness. Finally, Takuan spoke, his voice soft in the darkness. "Tell me the story of Ryoshin," he said. "Who is this person who came to our mountain carrying so much, seeking so much? Who are you?" The question felt simultaneously simple and impossibly complex. Ryoshin thought about how to answer, about all the ways he had defined himself throughout his life. "I am," he began, then paused. "I am the son of a merchant family. I am someone who was expected to follow in my father's footsteps, but never felt aligned with that path. I am someone who has struggled with finding purpose and meaning. I am someone who has made mistakes, hurt people I care about, failed to live up to expectations. I am someone seeking wisdom, seeking peace, seeking to understand why life feels so difficult." Takuan listened without interruption, and when Ryoshin finished, he asked simply, "Is that who you are? Or is that a story you tell about a collection of memories and experiences?" Ryoshin felt something tighten in his chest. "It is both," he said. "The experiences were real, the memories are real, therefore the story is real." But even as he said it, he heard the defensiveness in his voice, heard how much he needed this story to be true, to be solid, to define something essential about his existence. "Tell me," Takuan said, "where is this person you describe? Can you find him right now, here, under these stars?" Ryoshin thought about it. The past events that defined him were not here. They existed only in memory. The future concerns that troubled him were not here. They existed only in imagination. The judgments about success and failure were thoughts, interpretations, not solid facts. He looked for the person his story described and found only awareness, only presence, only this moment of breathing under stars. "I cannot find him," he admitted, "not as something solid and present, only as a collection of thoughts and memories." "Exactly," Takuan said. "The story of Ryoshin is like all stories, a useful fiction, a narrative constructed from selective memory, a way of organizing vast complexity into something graspable and communicable. But it is not what you are. It is something that appears in what you are, like a cloud appearing in the sky. And like clouds, stories are constantly changing, being edited, rewritten, interpreted differently depending on mood and circumstance. The Ryoshin who tells his story today tells it differently than the Ryoshin who would have told it last year, and differently than the Ryoshin who will tell it next year. Which version is the true one?" Ryoshin felt himself beginning to understand. None of them, he said slowly, or all of them equally. The truth is not in the story, but in the awareness that watches stories arise and dissolve, that remains constant while narratives change. Takuan turned his head to look at him, though in the darkness they were barely visible to each other. Yes, he said, you are beginning to see clearly. The deepest practice of letting go is letting go of your story, releasing your identification with the narrative of me, seeing through the elaborate construction that says, I am this, I have been that, I will become something else. All of that is ego's project, ego's attempt to make something solid and permanent out of flowing experience. But if I let go of my story, Ryoshin protested, do I not lose myself? Do I not disappear? Who would I be without the narrative that connects past to present to future, without the continuity that makes me me? Takuan's voice held warmth and compassion. You disappear as a character in a story, he said, as a role you have been playing, as a limited idea of who you must be. But what you actually are, the awareness that has been here all along, observing, experiencing, witnessing everything, that does not disappear. It is revealed, liberated from the prison of a single story, expanded to its natural vastness. He gestured up at the stars. Look at this, he said. Billions of stars, billions of galaxies, space and time beyond human comprehension. Where does the story of Ryoshin exist in all of this? How much of ultimate reality is concerned with whether you succeeded or failed at your father's expectations, whether you made this mistake or that, whether you find peace or not? The universe does not know your story, does not care about it, continues in its vast impersonal unfolding, regardless of what narrative you construct about your brief appearance in it. This is not meant to make you feel insignificant. It is meant to free you from the tyranny of significance, from the exhausting work of maintaining and defending a story that ultimately matters only to ego. Ryoshin lay under the stars, feeling something vast opening in his understanding. He thought about all the energy he had spent maintaining his story, defending it, trying to make it better, trying to prove something through it. He thought about how much suffering came from the places where reality contradicted his story, where events did not fit the narrative, where life refused to confirm his sense of who he should be. And he began to sense what it might be like to simply release it, to let the story dissolve like morning mist, to rest in the simple awareness that existed before he learned to say I, before he constructed an identity, before he decided who he was supposed to be. The story has some utility, Takuan continued. It helps you function in the world, navigate social situations, maintain continuity across time. I am not saying to completely abandon the conventional self, the functional identity that answers to your name and fulfills responsibilities. I am saying to see through it, to recognize it as a useful construct rather than ultimate truth, to hold it lightly rather than gripping it desperately. When someone asks who you are, you can tell them a story, but you do not need to believe the story yourself. You do not need to be imprisoned by it. They lay in silence for a long time, and Ryoshin felt the teaching working at depths beyond words. He felt the tight grip of his identity beginning to loosen, felt the possibility of existing without constantly defending and maintaining a story about himself. He felt how exhausting it had been to be someone, to maintain consistency, to live up to an image, to explain himself, to justify his existence through achievements and qualities and roles. And he felt the spaciousness that opened when that work was set down, even temporarily, even as hypothesis. Who are you when the story stops? Takuan asked quietly. Right now, without referencing past or future, without role or accomplishment or failure, without any narrative at all. What are you? Ryoshin closed his eyes and dropped beneath the thinking mind, beneath the constant narration, beneath the one who was always trying to figure things out and get them right. What remained was simple presence, awareness aware of itself, existence without elaboration, being without needing to be anyone in particular. He could not put words to it, but he could rest in it, this fundamental presence that preceded and underlay all stories, all identities, all constructions of self. That, Takuan said, though Ryoshin had not spoken, that is what you are, not the stories, not the memories, not the fears or hopes or judgments. Just that, just this, just the simple fact of being aware, of existing, of presence itself. And from that space, from that recognition, you can engage with the world fully, can tell stories when they are useful, can function as a person with a name and history and responsibilities. But you are not trapped in it, not defined by it, not suffering because reality does not confirm your narrative. You are free, free to be anything or nothing, free to change without losing yourself, free to die without real loss, free to live without the crushing weight of needing to be someone. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, ancient light traveling impossible distances to reach their eyes in this moment. Ryoshin felt himself dissolving and reconstituting, letting go of something he had carried so long he had forgotten it was optional, had forgotten there was anything beneath it. He was not enlightened, not suddenly transformed into a sage, but he had tasted something, had glimpsed a possibility that would haunt him in the best way, would draw him deeper into practice, would show him that freedom was not something to achieve in the future, but something to recognize in the present, beneath all the layers of story and seeking. Eventually, they rose and walked back to the temple. Ryoshin felt lighter, as if he had set down a burden he had not known he was carrying. The story of who he was had not disappeared, but it had become transparent, obvious as construct, no longer solid enough to imprison him. He was still Ryoshin in the conventional sense, still had responsibilities and relationships, and a past that had shaped him. But he was also something far vaster, something that included Ryoshin, but was not limited to that small story, something that connected him to the stars overhead and the earth beneath and every being that had ever appeared in the vast display of existence. The path ahead looked different now. Not a journey toward becoming someone better, but a journey into recognizing what he had always been. Not an achievement of specialness, but a discovery of fundamental ordinariness. Not a story with a climax and resolution, but a simple presence that continued regardless of what stories arose and passed away within it. Compassion, without boundaries. The morning after his night under stars, Ryoshin woke feeling both liberated and disoriented, as if the ground he had been standing on had become transparent. He went through morning meditation and breakfast in a kind of daze, his sense of self loose and unfamiliar. After the meal, he sought out Etsuko in her garden, intuiting that her presence might help him integrate what he had experienced with Takuan. She was weeding a flower bed, her movements slow and attentive, and she looked up with her characteristic warm smile as he approached. "I feel strange," he said without preamble. "Takuan showed me that my story is not who I am, and now I do not know how to be in the world. If I am not the person I thought I was, how do I relate to others? How do I care about people without a self to care from?" Etsuko gestured for him to kneel beside her, and she continued her weeding as she spoke. "This is a common confusion," she said. "People think that seeing through the illusion of separate self means becoming cold, disconnected, no longer human. But actually, the opposite is true. When your sense of being a separate self begins to dissolve, compassion does not decrease. It expands. becomes universal, loses the boundaries that ego drew between self and other. She pulled a weed and set it aside on the growing pile. When you believe you are a separate self, she continued, you divide the world into me and not me. You care about me and mine, my family, my friends, my group, and you care less or not at all about those outside that circle. This is natural for ego, because ego is concerned with survival and advantage, with protecting its interests. But this division creates suffering, creates conflict, creates a world of competing selves all struggling against each other. True compassion cannot arise from that divided perspective. Ryoshin thought about his own experience, about how he had cared deeply for some people while remaining indifferent or even hostile to others, about how his compassion had been selective, limited, conditional. So when the sense of separation dissolves, he said slowly, the boundaries of compassion dissolve too. Etsuko nodded. When you begin to see that the division between self and other was always artificial, always a construction of thought rather than ultimate reality, then naturally you begin to care for all beings as you once cared only for yourself. Or perhaps more accurately, you stop caring for yourself as a special separate entity and begin caring for the whole of life as one interdependent process. She moved to a different section of the garden, and Ryoshin followed. This is what we practice here, she said. Metta, loving kindness, the cultivation of goodwill toward all beings, without exception. We begin with ourselves because we must learn to extend kindness to the suffering in our own hearts. Then we extend it to those we love easily, then to neutral people we neither like nor dislike, then to difficult people we find challenging or threatening, and finally to all beings everywhere without limit or distinction. This is not forced or artificial. It is simply the natural expression of seeing truly, of recognizing that all beings are manifestations of the same fundamental nature, all equally deserving of care, all equally precious, all equally temporary expressions of the eternal dance of existence. She stopped walking and knelt beside a bed where butterflies were visiting flowers, their wings catching sunlight like stained glass. Watch these, she said. The flowers give nectar freely to any butterfly that comes, making no distinction between butterflies it likes or dislikes, butterflies that are beautiful or plain, butterflies that will pollinate many other flowers or only a few. The flower gives because giving is its nature, because it exists in relationship with the whole ecosystem, because the boundaries between flower and butterfly and air and sun are not as solid as they appear. This is wisdom expressed as generosity, as compassion without conditions or calculations. Ryoshin watched the butterflies, seeing in their interaction with flowers an image of how he might move through the world, offering what he had to offer freely, receiving what came with gratitude, participating in the great exchange without keeping score, without drawing lines between deserving and undeserving. But what about people who cause harm? He asked. What about those who hurt others? Do we extend compassion to them too? Etsuko looked at him with great seriousness. Especially to them, she said. Not because we approve of harmful actions, not because we do not work to stop such actions when we can, but because we understand that harming others comes from deep suffering, from ignorance, from being lost in the illusion of separation. Those who cause the most harm are those who most need wisdom and compassion, even as we may need to protect others from their actions. She stood and brushed soil from her hands. This is the difficult teaching, she said. Boundless compassion includes those we would prefer to exclude, those we judge as unworthy, those who trigger our anger or fear. It includes the people who hurt you in your past, the people who disappointed you, even the parts of yourself you have rejected and tried to destroy. When Jesus said, "Love your enemies," when Buddha taught compassion for all sentient beings, they were not speaking in pleasant ideals. They were describing the natural state that emerges when you see truly, when you recognize that there are no enemies, only suffering beings acting from confusion, only consciousness appearing in countless forms, only the one life living itself through all these temporary vehicles. Ryoshin felt resistance rising, felt part of him wanting to argue, to defend the importance of judgment and boundaries. But there was another part, quieter and deeper, that recognized the truth of what Etsuko was teaching, that sensed the possibility of a compassion so vast it included everything, excluded nothing, made no exceptions based on worthiness or deserving. "Is that even possible?" he asked. "Can a human being actually care about all beings equally?" "It seems beyond human capacity," Etsuko smiled. "Perhaps it is beyond the capacity of ego," she said. "But you are not just ego. You are also the vast awareness we have been discovering, and from that perspective, there is no effort required to care for all beings because there is no separation to overcome. The sun does not work hard to shine on all equally. It simply shines, and its light falls on saint and sinner, on flower and weed, on friend and stranger, without discrimination. When you rest in your true nature, compassion is like that, effortless, natural, flowing from being rather than from trying." She led him to a bench where they could sit. "Let me teach you a practice," she said. "Close your eyes and bring to mind someone you love easily, someone for whom you naturally feel kindness." Ryoshin brought his mother to mind, saw her face, felt the warmth that arose naturally. "Good," Etsuko said. "Feel that wish for her well-being, that desire for her happiness and freedom from suffering. Let it fill your heart." Ryoshin did, and the feeling was genuine, flowing without effort. "Now," Etsuko continued, "keeping that same quality of warmth in your heart, bring to mind someone neutral, someone you neither like nor dislike." Ryoshin thought of a shopkeeper from his village, someone he had interacted with occasionally but felt nothing particular about. He tried to direct the same warmth toward this person, and though it required slightly more intention, it was possible. "May you be happy," he thought. "May you be free from suffering." "Good," Etsuko encouraged. "Now for the difficult part. Keeping that same quality of warmth, bring to mind someone who has hurt you, someone you hold resentment toward or have judged harshly." Ryoshin's mind immediately went to his father's business partner, a man who had cheated Ryoshin's family and caused significant harm. The moment he brought this man to mind, the warmth in his heart contracted, replaced by hardness, by judgment, by a sense that this person did not deserve kindness. He sat with the resistance, feeling how strong it was, how much his ego wanted to exclude this person from the circle of compassion. "This is hard," he admitted. "I do not want to wish him well. Part of me wants him to suffer for what he did." Etsuko's voice remained gentle. "That is natural," she said. "That is the ego protecting its sense of justice, its belief in deserving and undeserving. But I invite you to consider this. What if that man's harmful actions came from his own deep suffering, from wounds he carries, from ignorance about the consequences of his choices? What if extending compassion to him does not mean approving his actions, but simply recognizing his humanity, his suffering, his potential for change? Can you wish for him to be free from the confusion that caused him to harm others, to find wisdom and peace so he never harms again?" Ryoshin tried to shift his perspective, tried to see the man not as enemy, but as suffering being, tried to extend the same basic wish for well-being he had felt for his mother and the shopkeeper. It was difficult, required sustained intention, but slowly, incrementally, a crack appeared in his hardness. May you find peace, he thought tentatively. May you be freed from whatever causes you to harm others. May you discover wisdom. The words felt mechanical at first, but as he continued repeating them, something in his heart began to soften. Some grip began to release. Good, Etsuko said after a time. Now the final expansion. Imagine that feeling of goodwill spreading out from your heart like light spreading from a lamp, extending in all directions without limit. May all beings be happy. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings know peace. All humans, all animals, all life forms, all consciousness everywhere, included in one vast field of care. No exceptions, no exclusions, no one left outside the circle of compassion, because the circle has no boundary, no edge, no inside or outside. Ryoshin sat with this practice, feeling it work in him like medicine, like healing, like the dissolving of ancient barriers. He could not maintain the feeling perfectly or constantly, but he had tasted it, had touched the possibility of a compassion that was truly universal, truly boundless, truly free from ego's calculations and conditions. When he opened his eyes, Etsuko was watching him with evident satisfaction. "You felt it," she said. "Not perfectly, but genuinely. This is the beginning. Practice this daily, perhaps multiple times each day. And gradually that boundless compassion will become more natural, more accessible, more your default state, rather than something you have to work to achieve." They sat in the garden as afternoon moved toward evening, and Ryoshin felt himself inhabiting a different world than the one he had lived in before arriving at this temple. He had come seeking peace for himself, seeking to solve his personal problems, seeking wisdom to make his life better. But the teachings had expanded his concerns far beyond the small circle of self-interest. He was beginning to care about all beings, to feel their struggles as his own, to recognize that his well-being and everyone else's well-being were inseparable. It was not a burden, this expansion of care. It was a liberation, a breaking free from the lonely prison of separate self into the vast interconnected family of all existence. The path ahead would require continued practice, continued vigilance against ego's tendency to contract back into separation. But he had seen the possibility, had tasted the freedom of compassion without boundaries, and that taste would call him forward through whatever challenges lay ahead, reminding him that the deepest teaching was not complicated, was in fact utterly simple. Love without limit, care without condition, give without holding back. Because in the end, there is only this one life living itself through countless forms, and caring for any of them is caring for all of them, including the one who cares. Contentment in this moment. Ryoshin's third week at the temple began with a morning like many others. He woke before dawn, folded his sleeping mat, washed his face in cold water from the stone basin outside his room, and made his way to the meditation hall. The routine had become familiar, comforting in its predictability, and he found himself moving through it with a quality of presence he had not possessed when he arrived. He was no longer thinking ahead to the next activity, no longer mentally rehearsing what he would say or do, no longer lost in analysis of past interactions or anxious about future ones. He was simply here, doing this, now. After meditation, he joined the morning work period. Today, his assigned task was sweeping the long covered walkway that connected different parts of the temple complex. It was a simple job, repetitive and mundane, requiring no special skill or intelligence. The old Ryoshin would have resented such work, would have considered it beneath him, would have rushed through it impatiently to get to something more important or interesting. But as he began moving the broom across smooth wooden boards, he found himself completely absorbed in the task, attentive to the sound of bristles on wood, to the small piles of dust and debris he was gathering, to the way light moved across surfaces as the sun climbed higher. There was a kind of perfection in the simplicity of it, a completeness that required nothing added. He was sweeping, fully sweeping, not thinking about sweeping or wishing he were doing something else, or judging the activity as worthy or unworthy. The sweeping itself was enough, was whole, was exactly what this moment contained, and therefore exactly what needed to be happening. When he reached the end of the walkway, he felt no sense of accomplishment or relief, no rush to move on to the next thing. He simply emptied the dustpan, returned the broom to its place, and transitioned to the next activity with the same quality of full presence. At breakfast, he noticed the same thing. The simple bowl of rice porridge and pickled vegetables was not a meal to be consumed quickly on the way to something better. It was this moment's complete experience, worthy of full attention, rich in texture and flavor and sensation. He chewed slowly, tasted completely, felt gratitude for the labor that had brought this food from field to bowl, felt connection to all the beings whose work sustained his life. The meal was perfect, not because the food was elaborate or special, but because it was exactly what was present, exactly what was needed, exactly enough. After breakfast, Etsuko found him and invited him to help prepare vegetables for the community's midday meal. They worked side by side in silence, peeling and chopping, and Ryoshin discovered that even this simple task could be a complete world. The weight of the knife in his hand, the resistance of the carrot beneath the blade, the clean sound of cutting, the pile of sliced vegetables growing beside the cutting board. Each element was vivid, present, sufficient. He was not thinking about the meal these vegetables would become, or the people who would eat them, or whether he was doing a good job. He was simply cutting, completely cutting, and in that completeness, there was a kind of joy that had nothing to do with pleasure or achievement. Etsuko watched him with approval. "You have discovered something," she said quietly. Ryoshin looked up, slightly startled out of his absorption. "What have I discovered?" he asked. She smiled. "Contentment," she said, "not as an emotion that comes and goes, but as a way of being fully present to what is, without the constant commentary of not enough, not right, not what I wanted. You are meeting this moment as complete, as sufficient, as exactly what should be here, because it is what is here. This is one of the deepest teachings, hidden in plain sight, available in every ordinary moment." Ryoshin set down his knife and considered this. "It is strange," he said. "I am doing nothing special, nothing I would have thought of as spiritual or meaningful, yet I feel more peaceful than I have felt in years. I am not trying to be peaceful, not working towards some future state of enlightenment. I am just doing ordinary things with full attention, and somehow that is enough." Etsuko nodded. "That is exactly it," she said. "Most people spend their lives chasing extraordinary experiences, seeking peak moments, believing that contentment will come when they achieve something special or arrive somewhere better. But contentment is not in the future or in special moments. It is in the complete embrace of this ordinary moment, this simple activity, this unremarkable breath." She resumed her own work, her movements a perfect demonstration of what she was teaching. "There is a story," she continued, "about a Zen master who was asked, 'What is the most important teaching of Buddhism?' The master was sweeping at the time. He set down his broom, drew in the dirt with his finger, then resumed sweeping. The student did not understand. The master said, 'I showed you.' The student asked him to explain. The master said, 'I was completely sweeping when I was sweeping, completely drawing when I was drawing, completely speaking when I am speaking. What else is there? What could be added to make this more complete? Ryoshin felt the teaching land deeply. What else is there? He repeated. What could be added? He looked around the simple kitchen, at the humble vegetables, at Etsuko's weathered hands moving with such grace and attention. Nothing could be added. This moment was already whole, already perfect, not in the sense of being without difficulty or challenge, but in the sense of being exactly what it was, requiring nothing extra to validate it or make it worthwhile. The contentment he was experiencing was not satisfaction with getting what he wanted. It was recognition that wanting nothing added to this moment was the deepest satisfaction possible. Takuan appeared in the doorway as if summoned by the teaching. He looked at Ryoshin with knowing eyes. "You are beginning to understand what we mean by contentment," he said. "It is not complacency, not settling for less than you deserve, not giving up on growth or improvement. It is the recognition that this moment, exactly as it is, lacks nothing essential. You can still work to improve conditions, still act to relieve suffering, still move toward goals, but you do it from a foundation of already being enough, already having enough, already being complete, rather than from a foundation of deficiency and desperate grasping." He joined them at the preparation table and began chopping cabbage. "The difference is profound," he continued. "When you act from deficiency, from the belief that something is missing and must be obtained to feel okay, your actions are driven by anxiety, by fear, by ego's need to prove and protect itself. You are never satisfied because satisfaction is always one more achievement away. But when you act from contentment, from the recognition that you already are what you have been seeking, your actions become expressions of fullness rather than attempts to fill emptiness. You create not because you need to prove yourself, but because creating is your nature. You serve not because you need to be seen as good, but because serving flows naturally from recognizing your connection to all beings." Ryoshin thought about his life before the temple, about how driven he had been by a sense of lack, of not being enough, of needing to achieve or acquire or become something to finally feel okay. And he thought about these past weeks, about how the external circumstances of his life had actually become much simpler, much less comfortable, much less impressive by worldly standards. Yet his internal experience had become richer, more peaceful, more fundamentally satisfying than anything his previous life had offered. The paradox was striking. He had less and felt more complete, had simplified and felt more abundant, had released goals and felt more purposeful. "There is a poem," Takuan said, "that captures this teaching perfectly. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Do you understand?" Ryoshin considered it. "The activities do not change," he said slowly. "What changes is the relationship to them, the quality of attention brought to them, the absence of needing them to be different or more than they are. The chopping and carrying that once felt like burdens to be endured become complete activities in themselves, not means to an end, but fully valuable as they are." "Yes," Takuan said with evident pleasure. "Enlightenment does not transport you to some special realm where everything is different. It reveals the perfection of what has always been here, hidden by your constant commentary of not enough, not right, not what I wanted. The ordinary becomes extraordinary, not because it changes, but because you see it clearly for the first time. This is why we emphasize simple practice, ordinary activity done with full attention. We are not trying to create special states. We are trying to wake you up to the special nature of ordinary states, to the miracle of this moment that you have been overlaying with dissatisfaction since you learned to think." They worked together in silence for a while. Three beings chopping vegetables with complete attention, creating something to nourish others, participating in the endless cycle of life sustaining life. Ryoshin felt a profound gratitude arising, not for anything in particular, but for everything in general, for the simple fact of being alive, of being aware, of being able to participate in this moment exactly as it was. The gratitude itself required nothing, added nothing, was simply the natural emotional tone of contentment, the flavor that arose when grasping ceased and presence deepened into complete acceptance of what is. As they finished the preparation and cleaned their workspace, Etsuko spoke one more time. "Remember this," she said to Ryoshin. "You will leave this temple eventually. You will return to a world that constantly tells you that you need more, that this moment is not enough, that you should be somewhere else doing something else, being someone else. The world will try to convince you that contentment is only possible when conditions improve, when you achieve your goals, when you finally get what you want. But you have learned here that contentment is available now, in any moment, in any activity, when you bring full presence and release the constant demand for something different. Take that understanding with you. Practice it in the marketplace, in relationships, in ordinary life. Let the simplicity of sweeping and chopping teach you what complex philosophy never could. That this is enough. You are enough. Now is the only time there is. And when you fully inhabit now, you discover that you have always possessed everything you have been seeking. Ryoshin bowed deeply to both teachers, feeling the weight of the teaching settling into his bones, into his marrow, into the deep places where wisdom becomes embodied rather than merely understood. He knew he would forget, would get caught again in comparison and dissatisfaction, would need reminding again and again. But he had tasted something real, had touched a possibility that would not leave him, had discovered that the peace he sought was not somewhere else or in some future moment, but here, now, available whenever he remembered to stop demanding more and simply be fully present to what is. The teaching was complete, the vegetables were prepared, and the day continued its unfolding, each moment a fresh opportunity to practice the art of contentment, the discipline of enough, the wisdom of recognizing that what you have been seeking was never lost, never distant, never anything other than this immediate experience, fully inhabited, completely accepted, deeply known as sufficient. The final attachment. On Ryoshin's 20th day at the temple, as he sat in evening meditation, he realized with sudden clarity that he no longer thought about his possessions. The bags and boxes he had carried up the mountain with such difficulty, the objects he had once considered essential to his identity, had faded from his awareness so completely that he could barely remember what they contained. This recognition brought a surge of satisfaction, a sense of having achieved something significant, of having transcended attachment through his dedicated practice. He felt proud of his progress, pleased with how far he had come. After meditation, he sought out Takuan to share this milestone. "I think I have done it," he said with barely concealed excitement. "I have let go of my attachments. I no longer care about the possessions I brought here. They mean nothing to me now. I feel free from their hold." Takuan listened with his characteristic patience, and when Ryoshin finished, the old monk's expression held something that looked like gentle amusement. "Come," he said, "let us take a walk." They left the temple and walked through the darkening forest, eventually arriving at the place where Ryoshin's belongings still sat, somewhat worse for weather, partially covered by fallen leaves. Takuan gestured toward the pile. "These no longer have power over you?" he asked. "None," Ryoshin said confidently. "I could leave them here forever and not miss them. I have transcended that kind of attachment." Takuan nodded slowly. "Good," he said. "Then you will have no difficulty when I tell you that we will burn them tomorrow. We will take all of these objects and offer them to fire, returning them to elements, completing your release from their hold. Ryoshin felt his stomach tighten unexpectedly. Burn them, he said. All of them. Even the things that might still be useful, that could be given to someone who needs them. Takuan's eyes crinkled slightly. Ah, he said softly. So there is still some attachment. Not to using them yourself perhaps, but to controlling what happens to them, to ensuring they serve some purpose, to maintaining some connection even if indirect. Do you see? Ryoshin felt defensive, felt caught in something he had not seen coming. But it would be wasteful, he protested. Some of these things have value. Should we not be practical? Takuan sat down on a nearby rock and gestured for Ryoshin to join him. Tell me, he said, who is speaking right now? Who is concerned with waste and practicality and ensuring things are handled correctly? Ryoshin felt the trap closing around him, felt the teaching revealing itself. Ego is speaking, he admitted reluctantly. Even though I thought I had released attachment to these objects, I am still trying to control them, still invested in what happens to them, still creating story and meaning around them. I thought I was free, but I was only free as long as I could keep them safely in storage, as long as I knew they still existed. True freedom would not care what happened to them. Takuan nodded with satisfaction. Now you see, he said. This is what I wanted to show you. Attachment is subtle, far more subtle than most people realize. You can think you have let go while still holding on in hidden ways. He gestured at the pile of belongings. You released your need to use these things, to define yourself through them, to carry them with you. That was genuine progress, real letting go. But then ego found a new way to attach. By creating a story about being someone who has transcended attachment, someone who has made great spiritual progress, someone who is free from material concerns. Do you feel the pride that arose when you told me you no longer cared about these possessions? That pride was ego claiming credit, turning even non-attachment into a form of attachment, making freedom into a new kind of prison. Ryoshin felt the truth of this with uncomfortable clarity. So, what do I do? He asked. How do I let go of attachment to non-attachment? How do I avoid this trap? Takuan smiled. By seeing it, he said. By recognizing the pattern when it arises. By noticing when practice becomes performance. When letting go becomes holding on to the identity of someone who lets go. When freedom becomes another form of bondage. The way through is not to fight it, not to judge yourself for it, but simply to see it clearly, to laugh at ego's cleverness, to release even the attachment to being free. He paused, looking at the pile of objects barely visible in the gathering darkness. I will not actually burn your possessions, he said. I was testing to see if your freedom was real or constructed, complete or partial. What we will do instead is this. Tomorrow you will go through these belongings and decide what to do with each one. Not from a place of attachment or non-attachment, not trying to prove anything to yourself or to me, but simply making practical choices based on what is useful and appropriate. Some things you may keep and use. Some you may give away. Some you may discard. The content of the choices matters far less than the quality of mind with which you make them. Can you engage with these objects without becoming entangled in them? Can you decide their fate without that decision defining your worth or proving your spiritual progress? Can you be completely ordinary about it, neither grasping nor rejecting, neither proud of your freedom nor ashamed of attachment, simply making simple choices and moving on? This is the real test of letting go, Not the dramatic gesture of burning everything or walking away from everything, but the mundane practice of engaging with life without being hooked by it, of participating fully while remaining free. They walked back to the temple, and Ryoshin felt humbled and grateful in equal measure. Humbled because he had seen how easily ego could disguise itself, how quickly he had fallen into pride about his progress. Grateful because Takwon had cared enough to show him, had seen through his self-deception with compassionate clarity. As they reached the temple gate, Takwon stopped and turned to him. "There is one more thing," he said. "Soon you will leave here. You will return to the world with everything you have learned. And when you do, the greatest danger you will face is attachment to the peace you found here, attachment to the teachings, attachment to the identity of being someone who studied at a mountain temple and gained wisdom." He looked directly into Ryoshin's eyes. "Do not cling even to what you have learned here," he said. "Hold these teachings lightly, use them when they are useful, release them when they are not. Do not turn Buddhism into another possession, spirituality into another achievement, wisdom into another way to feel superior to those who have not had your experiences. The ultimate letting go is letting go of the path itself, of the seeking, of the one who seeks, of the need for any of this to mean something or prove something about who you are." Ryoshin felt the teaching penetrate deeply, felt a kind of vertigo as even his spiritual progress, even his time at the temple, even his hard-won insights were revealed as potential attachments, as things ego could grasp to rebuild the prison of self. "How do I practice then?" he asked. "How do I continue without attachment to practicing?" Takwon's smile was warm and knowing. "You practice without practicing," he said. "You meditate without being someone who meditates. You let go without holding on to letting go. You simply live fully and freely, using what is useful, releasing what is not, never making any of it mean more than it means, never using it to construct another elaborate self-image. This is what we call non-abiding, the state of resting nowhere, attaching to nothing, even the most refined spiritual states and insights. It is the final freedom, the complete release that includes releasing the need to be released. You are not ready for it yet, not completely, but you have seen it, you know it exists, and that knowing will guide you through whatever comes next." They entered the temple and parted ways for the night, and Ryoshin sat in his small room feeling both empty and full, both accomplished and with nothing to accomplish, both ready to leave and deeply rooted in staying. The contradictions no longer bothered him because he was beginning to understand that reality was too vast, too paradoxical, too fluid to be captured in simple either-or thinking. He could hold opposites, could be both attached and unattached, both someone and no one, both progressing and always already complete. The path continued, the teaching deepened, and even the idea of completion was revealed as another concept to be held lightly and ultimately released in the endless unfolding of this moment, which was the only moment there ever was, the only teacher that mattered, the only truth that could not be grasped because it was not a thing to be held, but the space in which all holding and releasing occurred. Returning to the world, Ryoshin's final morning at the temple arrived with the quality of any other morning, which was exactly as it should be. He had spent 3 weeks in this place, and the time had transformed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The decision to leave had come naturally, without drama or fanfare. He simply knew that his time here was complete, that the teachings he needed to receive had been offered, that the next phase of his journey required returning to the world he had left behind. Takwon had nodded when Ryoshin told him, neither encouraging him to stay nor rushing him to leave, simply accepting the rightness of the timing. On this final morning, Ryoshin went through the familiar routine one last time. Meditation in the hall, where he sat with the community who had become like family. Simple breakfast eaten in mindful silence. Morning work period, where he swept the walkways with the same complete attention he had learned to bring to every activity. Then, after the work was complete, he went to the place where his possessions still waited and began the process Takuan had assigned him, deciding the fate of each object with clarity and equanimity. He discovered that most of what he had carried up the mountain no longer served any purpose in the life he was now living. The books he had clung to so desperately held knowledge he had already absorbed, or truths he no longer needed in written form. The tools for crafts he did not practice were dead weight, objects waiting for a future that would never arrive. The family heirlooms, which he had once thought essential to his identity, were revealed as things whose meaning existed only in the stories he told about them. He sorted through everything with neither attachment nor aversion, keeping a few practical items, leaving others to be distributed by the temple as they saw fit, discarding some that were beyond use or repair. When he was finished, his burden was reduced to a single small bag containing little more than a change of clothes, a water flask, and the simple wooden bowl Takuan had given him for alms practice. The difference between what he had brought up the mountain and what he would carry down was dramatic, but Ryoshin felt no pride in the reduction, no sense of achievement. He had simply released what was no longer useful, kept what was, and the lightness he felt was a natural consequence rather than spiritual attainment. He said his farewells to the community members one by one. Etsuko held his hands and looked into his eyes with her characteristic warmth. "You have learned well," she said, "but remember that learning never stops. Every moment is a teacher if you remain open. Carry what you have discovered here lightly, like seeds rather than stones, and let it grow in the soil of your ordinary life. Do not try to recreate this place in the world below. Instead, bring the quality of presence you found here to whatever life offers you next." He thanked her with deep sincerity, knowing that her teachings about compassion and contentment had changed something fundamental in how he related to existence. Other monks and nuns offered their own words of encouragement and blessing. Even Kaito, the young monk who had struggled with ego compassion, embraced him and said, "Thank you for showing me that we are all learning, all struggling, all human beneath our spiritual aspirations. Your honesty helped me see my own deceptions more clearly." Ryoshin was moved by this, realizing that he had given teachings even while thinking he was only receiving them, that the community had been shaped by his presence just as he had been shaped by theirs. Finally, he stood before Takuan. The old monk looked at him with eyes that held both satisfaction and something like sadness, the natural sorrow of parting even when parting is appropriate. "You came here as one person and leave as another," he said. "Yet you are also still yourself, still Ryoshin, still carrying your history and personality and the consequences of all your past choices. The change is not that you became someone else. The change is that you recognized what you always were beneath the stories, beneath the roles, beneath the elaborate construction of self. That recognition will stay with you if you remember to remember." Takuan placed his hands on Ryoshin's shoulders. "The world you are returning to has not changed," he said. "It is still full of suffering, still full of people lost in delusion, still offering endless temptations to fall back into grasping and aversion and ignorance. You will be tested. You will forget what you have learned here. You will find yourself caught again in the dramas and patterns you thought you had transcended. This is not failure. This is the practice. The mountain monastery is easy, peaceful, designed for awakening. Real life is the advanced course, where you discover whether your understanding is real or constructed, whether your freedom is genuine or conditional. He paused, his expression growing more intense. When you forget, and you will forget, remember the river that holds nothing. Remember the stone in the stream. Remember the empty bowl. Remember the sky that is never disturbed by storms. Remember Pseudo's peaceful death. Remember the butterflies and flowers giving freely. Remember that this moment, exactly as it is complete. These images, these teachings, they are not philosophy to be debated, but maps to guide you home when you get lost. Use them. Return to them. Let them remind you of what you know in your depths, even when your surface is turbulent with forgetting. Ryoshin felt tears forming, felt the weight of parting from this place and these people who had midwifed his transformation. "I do not know if I am ready," he admitted. "I do not know if I can maintain this clarity in the world below." Takuan smiled with infinite gentleness. "No one is ever ready," he said. "No one ever knows if they can maintain clarity. You simply go, you simply try, you simply bring your best understanding to each moment and remain kind to yourself when you fall short." The path is not about perfection. It is about direction, about always returning to presence, always coming back to openness, always choosing awareness over automaticity, even when you have chosen automaticity 1,000 times before. "You are ready enough," Takuan continued. "You have the tools. You have touched the truth. You know the way home, even if you cannot stay there constantly yet. Go with my blessing, with the community's blessing, with your own blessing for yourself, and know that you are always welcome to return here, not as a place but as a quality of being, not as a destination but as a recognition. Wherever you go, the temple goes with you, because the temple was never this building, these people, this mountain. The temple is the stillness you discovered in your own heart, the peace that was always present beneath the noise, the home you carry with you always." They bowed to each other deeply, and then Ryoshin turned and began walking down the mountain path. He did not look back, did not need to, because he carried everything essential with him. The path descended through the same forests he had climbed through 3 weeks earlier, but everything looked different now. Or perhaps he was seeing the same things with different eyes. The trees seemed more alive, the birdsong more vivid, the play of light through leaves more miraculous. Nothing had changed except his capacity to see, to be present, to recognize the extraordinary nature of ordinary existence. As he walked, he noticed his mind beginning to plan, to worry about what he would say to people, to rehearse conversations, to construct scenarios about the future. He noticed this without judgment, simply bringing his attention back to the present moment, to the feeling of his feet on the path, to the rhythm of his breath, to the sensation of sunlight on his skin. He practiced what he had learned again and again, bringing himself back from imagined futures and remembered pasts to the only moment that actually existed. By midday, he had descended to elevations where he began encountering other travelers. A merchant with a train of pack animals passed him going up, and they exchanged bows. A family traveling together stopped to share their lunch with him, and he ate with them gratefully, practicing the teaching of the empty bowl, receiving what was offered with appreciation, but without grasping. They asked where he had been and where he was going, and he answered simply, without elaborating his spiritual journey into a story that would feed ego, without turning his experience into credentials or achievements. As afternoon progressed toward evening, he reached the valley and began recognizing landmarks from his previous life. The village where he had lived was still a few hours' walk away, and he decided to stop for the night at a wayside inn he had stayed at before. The innkeeper recognized him and greeted him warmly, remarking that he looked different somehow, though she could not say exactly how. Lighter perhaps, she said, less burdened. Ryoshin smiled and said nothing, simply grateful that the change was visible even to those who had no context for understanding it. That night, lying on a simple mat in the inn, Ryoshin noticed how different his experience was from his journey up the mountain 3 weeks earlier. Then he had been running from something, desperate for answers, carrying weight both physical and psychological that made every step an ordeal. Now he was simply traveling, going where life was taking him, open to whatever came next, carrying almost nothing, burdened by almost nothing, free in ways he had not imagined possible when his journey began. The peace he had found was not dependent on being at the temple, not conditional on perfect circumstances, not requiring that nothing difficult ever happen. It was a peace that traveled with him, that arose from within rather than depending on external conditions, that was available in any moment he remembered to stop fighting reality and simply be present to it. Tomorrow he would reach his village, would face his family and community, would need to explain his absence and his transformation. He did not know what he would say, did not have a story prepared, did not feel any need to justify or defend his choices. He would simply be there, present and open, responding to whatever arose with the best wisdom he could access in each moment. The future was unknown, but that no longer frightened him because he had learned that only the present ever actually arrived, and the present, fully met, was always manageable, always complete, always exactly what needed to be happening. As sleep came, Ryoshin's last conscious thought was of gratitude, vast and unconditional, for the journey that had brought him to this moment, for the mountain that had called him, for the teachers who had seen him clearly and loved him anyway, for the teachings that had freed him from prisons he had not known he was in, for the possibility of returning to the world, not to escape it, but to engage it fully, to serve it wisely, to love it without condition or reservation. He had climbed a mountain seeking wisdom and found it everywhere, in rivers and reflections, in storms and stillness, in death and daily routine, in the gap between thoughts and the space between breaths. And now he was bringing that wisdom home, not as treasure to be hoarded, but as gift to be shared, not as achievement to be displayed, but as presence to be offered, not as something he possessed, but as something that possessed him, that moved through him, that expressed itself as him when ego stepped aside and allowed life to live itself without interference or interpretation. The mountain had given him everything and taken everything, and in that exchange, he had discovered that what remained when all was given and taken was enough, was complete, was home. Conclusion. Morning came with the sound of roosters and the smell of rice cooking. Ryoshin woke naturally, without the jarring alarm of anxiety that had characterized his mornings before the temple. He rose, washed, ate a simple breakfast with the innkeeper and her family, then shouldered his small bag and set out for the final leg of his journey home. The road was familiar now, passing through fields he had known since childhood, past farms where people he recognized were already at work in the early light. Some waved to him, some called greetings, and he responded with warm presence, noticing how different it felt to engage with others without the constant self-consciousness he had carried before. As he approached his village, he thought about how he might explain where he had been, what he had experienced, who he was now. But the more he tried to construct a narrative, the more artificial it felt, as if he were trying to package something vast and fluid into a story that could never contain it. He decided instead to simply let his presence speak, to allow his actions and choices to demonstrate what words would only diminish, to trust that living the teachings was more powerful than describing them. His mother saw him first, her face transforming from surprise to joy to concern in rapid succession. She embraced him tightly, pulled back to look at him, embraced him again. "Where have you been?" she demanded. "We were so worried. You left with barely a word, and no messages came. We feared the worst." Ryoshin held her gently, feeling the depth of her concern, feeling compassion for the suffering his absence had caused her. "I went to a temple in the mountains," he said simply. "I needed to learn some things, to find some peace. I am sorry for the worry I caused. I am here now, and I am well." His father was more reserved, studying Ryoshin with careful eyes. "You look different," he said finally. "Thinner, but also somehow more solid. What did you find on your mountain?" Ryoshin smiled. "I found that I was carrying more than I needed," he said. "So I put down my burdens and learned to walk more lightly." His father seemed to understand something in this metaphor, nodded slowly, did not press for more details. Over the following days, as Ryoshin settled back into village life, he found that he did not need to explain his transformation in words. People noticed changes in how he moved through the world, how he listened more fully, spoke more carefully, reacted less automatically, offered help more freely, held opinions more lightly. He took up work, helping various families with tasks they needed done, asking for nothing in return, simply participating in the life of the community with open hands and open heart. When people tried to pay him, he asked them to give whatever they could spare to those who had less. When they asked him about his religious practices, he spoke simply about being present, about recognizing sufficiency, about letting go of unnecessary burdens. He did not proselytize or preach, did not claim special knowledge or try to convert anyone to his way of seeing. He simply lived differently, and his different way of living became its own teaching for those ready to see it. One evening, several weeks after his return, he sat with a group of villagers around a fire. They had been talking about their various struggles and concerns when one man, a farmer who had been particularly anxious about his debts, turned to Ryoshin. "You seem peaceful," he said. "Even when things are difficult, you do not seem disturbed. How did you learn this?" Ryoshin thought about Takuan's teachings, about Etsuko's garden, about Sudo's peaceful death, about all the moments of insight and integration that had accumulated during his time on the mountain. How could he convey it all in a way that would be useful rather than overwhelming? "I learned to recognize what I was carrying that I did not need to carry," he said finally. Physical possessions, old stories about myself, resentments and regrets, demands about how life should be different. I learned that most of my suffering came not from circumstances, but from my resistance to circumstances, from my constant fighting with what is. When I stopped fighting, when I learned to accept and work with reality rather than demanding it be different, I found a peace that does not depend on everything going my way. He paused, then added, "I am still learning. I forget constantly, but I have found tools that help me remember, ways of returning to presence when I get lost in worry or regret." The farmer leaned forward, interested. "What are these tools?" he asked. "Can you teach them?" Ryoshin smiled, remembering Takuan's warning about attachment to teachings, about ego's tendency to turn wisdom into performance. "Some of them are very simple," he said. "Watching your breath when your mind becomes turbulent, recognizing that thoughts are just thoughts, not truths, asking yourself what you are grateful for even when things are difficult, noticing when you are living in the past or future rather than the present moment, bringing full attention to whatever you are doing, whether it is working or eating or talking to someone. These are not magic, not secret teachings. They are simple practices that anyone can use, but they work only if you actually practice them, not just think about practicing them. Several people asked him to teach them more, and a regular gathering began forming around the fire in the evenings, where Ryoshin would share what he had learned, invite people into practices, listen to their struggles, and offer perspective shaped by his own experience. He was careful never to position himself as a master or enlightened being, always emphasizing that he was a fellow student, that he struggled with the same issues they did, that the teachings were available to everyone because they were not about becoming special, but about recognizing what was already present beneath the noise of constant striving and dissatisfaction. Months passed, and Ryoshin's life found a rhythm that felt both ordinary and sacred. He worked during the day at simple tasks, helped his family and community, practiced meditation each morning and evening, offered teachings to those who sought them, and moved through his days with a quality of presence and contentment that continued to deepen. He was not perfect, not always peaceful, not immune to difficulty. He still experienced sadness, frustration, uncertainty, all the natural emotions of being human. But he no longer added suffering to pain, no longer fought with reality, no longer needed life to be different before he could be okay. He thought often of the temple, of Takuan and Etsuko, and the community that had held space for his transformation. The missing of them was tender but not painful, present but not grasping. He knew he could return any time, knew that the physical place existed and would welcome him, but he also knew that what he truly needed from that place he already carried with him. The temple had given him not a destination, but a direction, not answers, but better questions, not a new identity, but freedom from needing identity to be anything other than a useful convention. One evening, as the fire burned low and the group prepared to disperse, a young woman who reminded him of himself before the mountain asked the question he had been waiting for someone to ask. "You talk about letting go, about acceptance, about contentment," she said. "But does that mean we should not want anything, should not work toward goals, should not try to improve our lives? Is the teaching to just accept everything and never strive for change?" Ryoshin looked at her with recognition and compassion, remembering how confusing these teachings could be when first encountered. "The teaching is not to eliminate all desire or ambition," he said. "It is to understand the difference between desires that arise from wholeness and desires that arise from lack, between actions taken from contentment and actions taken from desperation. When you act from a foundation of already being enough, already having enough, already being complete, your actions become expressions of creativity and generosity, rather than attempts to fill a hole that can never be filled. You can still work toward goals, still seek to improve situations, still have preferences and dreams, but you hold them lightly. You do not make your peace dependent on achieving them, and you do not suffer endlessly when reality does not cooperate with your plans." He paused, then continued. "The teaching is also to recognize that the present moment, exactly as it is, lacks nothing essential. You can work to improve it, but you do not need to improve it before you allow yourself peace. Peace is available now, in this moment, regardless of circumstances. This does not mean you become passive or complacent. It means you engage with life from a foundation of sufficiency rather than deficiency, from love rather than fear, from freedom rather than desperate grasping. The quality of your actions changes completely when you are not acting from a place of needing to prove yourself, or fill yourself, or fix yourself." The young woman nodded slowly, processing this. The gathering broke up, people returning to their homes, and Ryoshin sat alone by the dying fire, He looked up at the stars, the same stars he had gazed at with Taquan on the mountain, and he felt the teaching come full circle. He had climbed seeking wisdom and found it. He had descended to share what he found and discovered that teaching deepened his own understanding. He had integrated the extraordinary insights of the mountain into the ordinary rhythms of village life and found that the ordinary was where the extraordinary had always been hidden. He thought of Pseudo, who had died so peacefully, who had shown that the ultimate letting go was not failure or loss but completion and relief. He thought of the river that held nothing and never ran dry. He thought of the reflection in the pond that appeared solid but dissolved at a touch. He thought of the storm that had revealed the unchanging sky beneath all weather. He thought of Etsuko's garden, where every being received care without condition. He thought of the empty bowl that served its purpose, whether full or empty. All these teachings lived in him now, not as memories, but as ways of being, not as concepts, but as embodied wisdom. The fire burned down to embers, and Ryoshin prepared to return to his family's home. Before he left, he added one more log to the coals, not to restart the fire, but simply to care for what remained, to offer what he had, without needing recognition or result. The log caught slowly, sending up a small flame that illuminated his face for a moment before he turned and walked into the darkness, guided by starlight and by an internal compass that had been calibrated on a mountain and now functioned perfectly well in the valley. His journey continued, would always continue, because life itself was the journey, each moment a fresh opportunity to practice presence, to let go, to choose compassion, to recognize sufficiency. He was not enlightened in the sense of having arrived at some final destination. He was awakening, continuously awakening, remembering and forgetting and remembering again, stumbling and finding his feet and stumbling again, but always with less suffering, always with more freedom, always with deeper trust that he was exactly where he needed to be, exactly who he needed to be, exactly as complete as he could ever be in this moment that was the only moment there ever was or would be. If you have found value in this journey, in Ryoshin's story of climbing and descending, of seeking and finding, of letting go and discovering fullness, we invite you to subscribe to Zen Sleep Sanctuary. We will continue sharing stories that speak to the universal human journey toward peace, toward freedom, toward the recognition of our true nature. Stories that honor your intelligence while supporting your rest. Stories that carry ancient wisdom into your present moment. May you sleep deeply tonight, released from the burdens you have been carrying unnecessarily. May you wake tomorrow remembering that you are already complete, already enough, already home. May the peace that was never lost reveal itself in the simple moments of your ordinary, extraordinary life. Until we meet again in story, rest well in the knowledge that you are held by something larger than yourself, that you belong to the family of all beings, and that the wisdom you seek is already present, waiting patiently for your recognition beneath the noise of constant becoming. Good night, dear friend. May your dreams be peaceful and your awakening gentle.